Ralph's given me two scenarios, and the end of the two scenarios is we don't know. So photo finish, we'll have to wait for the officials on that one because we're not prepared to call it. But we do know that Mick McCardle in the Hombre absolutely annihilated him. So great run there from Mick. Good racing there, Jason Jones in the yellow temper machine, U-boat for him. He's having an absolute ball out there. And of course Stevie Rumble in the Cut Cat. Great to see Frenzy back out on the water as well with Rod Williamson. Doing a very nice job in that boat. And that race was brought to you by Melbourne Signage Concepts. So a big shout out to the team at Melbourne Signage Concepts. 25 horsepower will be sponsored by Argo Marine, and they are the next boats that we have on going out onto the water. Saw some good racing. We only got the 325s here this weekend, which is a little bit of a shame, but it'd be nice to see a few of those 25 horsepower interstate crews. A few of them talk a big game on social media. We'd like to see them come and prove how good they are. We need more. There's plenty out there. Plug water. All right, and welcome to everybody at home on GP Hydro live streaming. A little audio issue this morning, so we apologise for that, but you're on board now. And we've got some great racing coming your way here today. We've already seen our Formula Futures and the 95 boats go out. Formula Future sponsored by Q Industries, and the 95 sponsored by Melbourne Signage Concepts. As our 25s head out onto the course now, and Tyler Scott heading out there. We've got the Aquasonic and the Aquaholic. It's gotten very confusing all day for me yesterday. So Aquaholic driven by Josh Bird. Now, haven't seen Out of Control yet, Deegan Phelps. And he is coming out of the pits now. So Deegan coming out of the pits. So we'll have the three 25 horsepower boats. Deegan hailing out of South Australia. I think he's the Riverland Club, but he could be ASBC, not 100% sure. We'll check on that for you. So this is the KLG Cup that these guys are battling for this weekend in the 25 class. Saw some epic racing yesterday for those of you that have just joined us, and our audio's on now for our live streaming, so welcome back everybody. Hopefully you had a great day yesterday. We certainly did here. It was epic racing, the heats of the Australian, the National Drivers' Championship, and of course also the Keith Harrison Cup, which was absolutely epic as well. So some just unbelievable inboard racing yesterday, and we're looking forward to some more stuff. Today, of course, Craig Bailey, the only outboard in the field in the Keith Harrison, and took an easy win over the inboard boats. So he's wrapped the boat up, put it in the trailer and said, job done. So we won't be seeing Bailey again this weekend or today, but certainly got the job done yesterday, and you can always watch that back live and free. You can re-watch as well on GB Hydro live streaming. So if you want to watch yesterday's racing, you can always go back and through and have a look at all of the fantastic action that happened yesterday. As I'm mentioning a little bit earlier on, unfortunately, a little bit of damage in the pits. We had Brett Shepherd, unfortunately, have a big fly in the unleash machine and came down on its port side, on its nose, and it actually broke the bulkhead in that boat. So they'll be unable to take any further part this weekend. Unfortunately, that boat too big a repair to get done overnight. So unfortunately, that boat spent a little bit of time in the fiberglass shop over the last 12 months, having a little bingle and having to be have its side repaired, and now it's broken on the same side actually, the port side, but at the front this time it's broken its bulkhead. So Shepherd won't be running today, which is a real shame because he is one of the form runners in the championship, and he would have been one of the absolute favourites to take out the Melton Gold Cup here this weekend. But it opens the field up, and there's plenty of boats that are capable of taking the Melton Cup here, including some 6-litre boats like Shenanigans, and Craig Lewis in Image certainly will be vying to try and knock off the blown boats as well. So 25 horsepower's get up and away. And a good start there for the Out of Control, who will head the pack down into turn number 1. So Darcy Phelps has a good run, but Tyler Scott uses that inside lane to his advantage and exits with about a boat length on Darcy. Out the back door a little bit is the Aquaholic with Joshua Bird. He's on provisional at the moment, so Josh just still coming to terms with this little boat, but Tyler Scott having a big moment over the start boat washers. This boat sits very, very nose up, and he does a great job to steer this little boat. It'd be quite twitchy, I think, from the cockpit. You require a very delicate touch on the wheel to just keep it balanced and keep it sitting up there like that. And Tyler doing a beautiful job in that boat. He fires down into the bottom turn. He's made a little bit of ground now on Phelps as they exit turn number 1 for the second time. This is the 25 horsepower KLG Cup, brought to you by Argo Marine. And up the back chute we go. So front straight away, yellow flag is out, 1 lap to go. And it's all Tyler Scott now in the Aquasonic, getting it done very nicely over Darcy Phelps in the Out of Control, and Joshy Bird in the Aquaholic. So an Aquaholic and an Aquasonic out there. Checkered flag comes out, and Tyler Scott, plenty of trim, sitting up beautifully. Great drive from him as the boat leaps out. Oh my goodness, after the finish line. Wowee, Tyler. That was loose as a goose. And Joshy Bird comes through just behind Darcy Phelps. So good racing there from our 25 horsepower category, brought to you by Argo Marine. Now the next class I have on my list is Unlimited Outboard, but I don't think Unlimited Outboard's running because we've lost 2 of our Unlimited Outboards. So I think we might be into a 105 class in which one of our outboards is going to run, which is our last remaining outboard, the Biddies Racing Machine, which is Andrew Chili Chilvers. So he'll be jumping in with the 105 boats for the day. I'll tell you what, he'll give them some hurry up, don't worry about that. So 25's come back into the pits. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Melbourne Gold Cup and the National Drivers' Championship for 2024, and we've got 105 mile an hour category boats going out onto the water. We've got the breakout. We've got middies racing out there. The other madam will be out in this one because Tommy Webster had a little bingle yesterday and damaged that boat. We've got Endgame with Darryl Woods and Cut Cat Racing with Stevie Rumble out there. So this will be a good little race. 105 mile an hour category. As most of you will be aware, they're running GPSs in these boats. And this race is sponsored by CFG Electrics. So a big shout out to the team at CFG Electrics for their wonderful support here at the Melbourne Gold Cup National Drivers' Championship. And of course, coming up a little bit later on, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be our forced induction National Drivers' Championship finals, Final C, B and A. And I will get the list for those guys for you as we roll through. Good morning, Geordie Murphy, looking beautiful as always. Thank God someone pretty's walked into the commentary box. I've been sitting here with Owen all morning. He's got a head, looks like he's driven around Australia without a windscreen. That's not true, Owen, I'm just being serious. So 105 boys, been some good racing in this. I'm pretty excited to see Andrew Chilly Chilver's in this one. That boat capable of 105 quite easily, so he's going to have to just temper his throttle usage a little bit because that boat would go into the 115 odd mile an hour mark. So 105 should be pretty comfortable for it, and its turning ability will be far greater than the inboard boats that are out there with him. So I'd expect to see him do very well in this one. No pressure, of course, Andrew. Tell you what too, folks, jump on. We got some very lucky, some wonderful photographers on board here this weekend. And Bobby Carter's one of them. I just have got a few of Bob's photos actually on Facebook there. And he's taken some awesome photographs. In fact, the shots of Unleashed having its wild ride yesterday and where the damage was done. Some great shots of that. So jump on board Bob Carter's page. And also we've got Rolfie Stanisic, we've got Owen Lambert, we've got, who else have we got? Yeah, I've done Rolf, yeah. So we've got plenty of good photographers here this weekend. Shouldn't miss any of the action, folks. That's one good thing about social media. There's not many good things about it, but that is one of the good things. See plenty of great shots. And of course we go live here at GP Hydro live streaming. Here we go, 105 category now, and the flag drops, and the you-know-what stops. Jimmy Mullins gets a cracking start. And down into turn number one we go. This is where lead hard on the outside deck of Stevie. Oh, we got a problem here. We have got a problem. Endgame. Darryl Woods has had an issue. So caution flags go out. And unfortunately for Woodsy there, he has to pull into the centre of the course. That'll be his race done. So it's going to be Jimmy Mullins on pole and leading. Andrew Chilver trying to chase him down as he now rolls into pole two. And Chilver using the cornering ability of that mini machine. Shooting down the back straight away. Cut Cat racing out the back door a little bit there with Stevie Rumble. And Silver now just, you can see, just edging away, making up that little bit of ground. He didn't make as much up as probably he should have in that one. But now he really leans on it hard with 1 lap to go. Chilvers pokes his nose into the lead. Leaves a nice big lane there for Jimmy Mullins, being a gentleman racer that he is. And Silver down the back chute. Should be able to get the job done comfortably here now. It will be a drag race to the line. Silvers just leaves that lane still for Jimmy Mullins there, and he lights up that little 2.5 litre Mercury and takes a comfortable win. Andrew Chili Chilvers, good win in the 105s. Mullins into second place. Good racing. Stevie Rumble in the cut cash. Comes through for third place, but unfortunately for Darryl Woods, in the end game, the boat coming to a little bit of grief. So Andrew Chilvers takes the win. Middy's racing, well done Chili. Great run there from him. So next race on the card will be our 1.6 litre Oz light hydroplanes. Brought to you by Sharper Scaffolding Group. So a big shout out to Sharper Scaffolding Group. We'll get the 1.6s loaded into the water and we'll be racing with those guys in just a moment. Hope you're enjoying the racing here at the 2024 Melton Gold Cup National Drivers' Championship. We'll be back real soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. 2024 Melbourne Gold Cup on GP Hydro live streaming Bisho Media. We welcome everybody around the world and, of course, here at the venue as well. Hope you've enjoyed the racing this morning. We've got some epic racing coming up today. We've got the Clyde Lewis Heat 1 and 2 for 6 litre boat, so we're really looking forward to that. That's coming up immediately after this 1.6 litre race. We've also then got the forced induction National Drivers' Championship Final C, Final B and Final A. They are coming up very, very soon, so it is really going to heat up here. And then, of course, later in the day, we have 6 heats of the Melton Gold Cup, plus the final race of the day, which will be the Melton Gold Cup. So lots of very, very fast and hard racing coming your way today, folks. Hope you enjoyed all the racing yesterday. Plenty of banter on the social media about everything. Lots of experts. We always love to get out there and listen to the experts, read their comments. But certainly generating a lot of interest in powerboat racing. Don't forget, of course, that the forced induction National Drivers' Championship will be on 7, mate. I haven't got dates for you, but we'll certainly let you know. And the birthday boys just rolled into the commentary box. Looks like your shirt needs a bit of a wash, Tara. Happy birthday, mate.
Thank you, mate.
Big hugs for you.
It's not 60, mate. It's 51, all right?
I know it's 51, but if I can't hang shit on you, who can?
Yeah, nah, it's all good fun, and I love what I do when I'm here boat racing, for my birthday, and yesterday was wedding anniversary.
Good on you, mate. Happy birthday. Hope you have a good day. Hope you win some stuff.
Yeah, no, hopefully the boys, I got this here at the minute on the PA system, they won't shut up because the signs on we're having a bit of fun with each other. We've got a couple of signs, go PC, go Nugget on the ramp.
Good on you, mate.
Having some fun.
Good luck today, mate. Happy birthday, brother. Someone needs to buy you a new shirt. Okay. 1.6 litre hydros heading out onto the drink now, and Terra, of course, the crew chief for 2 boats. He's got one of those blokes in one ear and one in the other ear. Good to see the big man up and about. Still can't believe I'm older than him, though. I don't reckon he was ever a little boy. I can't say that on the PA, Tara. That's not for public. I've already made one stuff up this weekend, and trust me, nobody's let me forget it. I'm not sure if our Land Cruiser man with the Rego plate GFAB1 has gone and turned his lights off. If you haven't, mate, your lights are on, and you're going to be looking for a jump pack later on if you don't go and turn them off. Needs to get down to Melton Toyota and get one of those Hiluxes. They've got automatic lights on those. For those of you watching at home, if you're watching via Bisho Media, I've just posted up the photos of Brett Shepherd's big moment yesterday from Bobby Carter. So check those out. They're pretty wild. Now we've seen some great racing from these boys, and this is the first time we're going to see Brad Hollands on the inside of Grant Harrison. So this is going to be interesting. Flag drops, Dewey Nichols on pole, Hollands gets a good start, so too does Harrison. Cunningham looks like he's just that little bit down between all weekend. I was chatting to Oscar Stevenson before this race as they all get through turn number 1 nice and clean. He is geared down and propped down. He's a little bit over geared yesterday. So he was looking for a bit of acceleration. But Brad Hollands now has taken the lead, but we've seen him do this yesterday as well. Now he runs that wide line. You want to be careful there because Harrow will dart up the inside, given half an opportunity. So he punts Harrow out very wide as that boat tiptoes and dances down the front straight. Brad Hollands. This is great racing between these two boats. Cunningham running to third. That boat looks a little bit more competitive today. Stevenson and Dewey Nichols doing a great job in the washing machine there. Back shoot, and Brad Hollands as the skid fin throws up plenty of spray. Harrison charging hard. As I said yesterday, Harrison will be both loving and hating this. He's really struggling at the moment to find a way through as the yellow flag comes out. This is where Holland needs to try and protect this inside line, because Harrison will have a go. There it is. Harrison goes up the inside again. Can he hang on to it though? That's going to be the question. I don't know whether he was close enough. Oh, this is going to get interesting now. Harrow's taken that inside line. Well, I think Hollands is going to get him. And a great drive there and a great race from Bradley Hollands in the Twister. Well done, Bradley. Harrow gets knocked off for the first time in a very, very long time. Paul Cunningham in the Melbourne Runabout 86 through to third place. And Oscar Stevenson in the HBR 2 coming through to fourth and rounding out the field. Dewey Nichols, our man, blowing kisses to the crowd. So great racing in the 1.6 litre category, and Brad Hollands, the new boat, it's just going to take this category up to the next level, because Brad Hollands now has a boat that is capable of beating the all-conquering Melton Toyota 100. Things are going to get interesting. Watch this space. Well done, Bradley. Been a big effort for that Holly team to bring that boat out from the United States, and made a big effort to try and knock off these GP Melton Toyota 86 and 100 boats from Harrison and Cunningham. Oscar Stevenson, I think he found a little bit in that one. Paul Cunningham, I think, was a little bit better as well. Still down on RPM in that boat. But all in all, great racing from the 1.6 litre hydroplanes. That race was brought to you by the Sharba Scaffolding Group. And the next race that we have on the card is the Clyde Lewis, heat number 1. So all the 6 litre boys coming out to play for this one. I don't have a list yet, so I'll try and grab one of those for you folks. This is the 2024 Melton Gold Cup and National Drivers' Championship. My name's Fisho. Hope you're enjoying the racing. We'll be back in a moment. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the MRSBC, the Melbourne Runabout and Speedboat Club, here at Exford Weir, Melton, Victoria, Australia. And the first of, well, the big races for the weekend, or for today, I should say. We had plenty of big races yesterday, is the Clyde Lewis. So these boys, 6 litre, this is for the 6 litre category, of course, and the Clyde Lewis, a very, very coveted cup that all of these 6 litre guys want to get their hands on. Out of pole 1 in this heat number 1 will be the man that absolutely brained them lately, Chris Pugsley in the Shenanigans. Craig Lewis, very, very quick yesterday as well, in the Images out of 2. Steve Rarity in the Rastus out of 3, and Les Tamata in the Rattler out of 4. So that'll be heat number 1 for the Clyde Lewis. Yesterday we saw the Jack Kavanagh being won by the Shenanigans with Chris Pugsley in absolutely dominant style. He had a little bit of a problem yesterday in the Keith Harrison with the boat getting a little bit of a hose off, and then he had issues seeing out of the screen, so he just backed out of that one, ended up just circulating around and finishing. But Chris Pugsley's a hard charge. He's a very smart operator, you know. He certainly wasn't going to push the boat when he couldn't see properly, and just conserved the gear. I'm sure he would have been absolutely spewing, but making the smart decision there and just bringing the boat home. And now it's ready for the Clyde Lewis trophy. So he's got the Kavanagh in the trophy cabinet already, and now he's gunning for the Clyde Lewis as well, and he'll be one of the red hot favourites. But there's plenty of fast 6 litre boats here to try and take it off him. As I said, Craig Lewis was epically fast yesterday. The Rasta, Steve Rarity's going very well, and great to see Les Tamata getting that boat really dialed in as well. In the second heat, we're going to see Cavs, Tough Enough, Impulse and Rooters, so another quality field of 6 litre boats. So this is going to be heat number 1 of the Clyde Lewis as we send them up into the milling area. Hope you're enjoying the racing, folks. We'll see the boys coming down in just a moment. Hey, Clyde Lewis now, heat number 1. Boats line up. And the flag drops were away and racing, and a clean start from everybody. Have a look at Pugsley standing up. He gets around about 5 boat lengths on the rest of them. But then they all charge out nice and see. Pugsley uses that inside line. He has to get out of the front early and get onto the cabs. He does that. Then he's got the acceleration to get away. He's going to be almost impossible to beat out of pole 1. It's going to be a battle between the rest here. Tamata rounding out the field at the moment in the Rattler. Craig Lewis running into second spot. Rarity having a little bit of a look up the inside of him as they go deck to deck. Rarity struggling to get the power down just a little bit out of turn number 2, I should say. Now Craig Lewis takes that pole line. So Rarity has to come off it. He's in the dirty water of Lewis. Smart racing there from Craig Lewis. Just to shut the boys down, give them no option but to run through his wash. But it's all Chris Pugsley at the moment in the Shenanigans as he stands that boat up like an outboard boat down the front straight. Have a look at it stand up. Absolutely beautiful. Image Craig Lewis in the second. Steve Rarity in the Rastus in the third. And Les Tamata in the Rattler in 4th place at the moment. Come charging through. And checkered flag comes out, and it is Shenanigans wins heat number 1 of the Clyde Lewis. 2nd place, Craig Lewis in Image. Steve Rarity in the Rastus into 3rd place. And Les Tamata in the Rattler, rounding out the field into 4th place. So Chris Pugsley gets the job done in heat number 1 of the Clyde Lewis. Heat number 2 will be the next race on the water. Drivers will be looking for will be Brenton Walsh in the Cavs, James Clark in the Tough Enough, Brendan Mason in the Impulse, and Mark Ebenruta in the Rooters. So we'll get these boats locked and loaded. We'll take a short break and we'll be back with heat number 2 of the Clyde Lewis for 6 litre boats in just a moment. welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Great to have my old mate Pete C joining me in commentary now after running around in the 1.6 litre race. And we've got Pete number 2 of the Clyde Lewis coming up. PC, you've been running around. Mate.
Yeah, mate. Good morning to everybody, and what a great day it is too. Happy Sunday. It's a day 3 of Melton Gold Cup. We've had some super excitement on both the Friday afternoon and all day yesterday. Action galore till about 6:30 at night. So congratulations again to Craig Bailey from Craig Bailey Marine on winning the Keith Harrison Invitational yesterday. And of course we are back here for the second lot of Clyde Lewis Trophy after the Jack Kavanagh yesterday with Chris Pugsley winning that one. So I think they were trying to count up how many they won, and they were debating whether it was 5 or 7. So I think they might have needed the trophy to work it out. But
well, they need to win it again so they can have a look at it. So Kavanagh yesterday was epic drive there from Chris Pugsley, wasn't it?
Yeah, it sure was, mate. Good quality field of 6 litres, and again today we're just blessed by such great drivers and great teams. So we're looking forward to this one. We've got Cavs. They said they're going to turn up the engine this morning, so they were running a little bit in terms of just detuning, and mainly around trying to get boat set up. So
I spoke to Lee this morning, actually, mate. Yeah, and this engine is actually one of the older engines. It's actually out of Brendan's old ski race boat, this particular engine. But you know, and they're talking it down, saying, "Oh, it's the old banger, it's the old ski race engine." I think it's had a fair few modifications done since then.
Looks pretty nice down there. I had a look at it this morning, and sometimes the old bangers are the best ones, mate, to be fair. So, but yeah, he said they're going to creep up on the tune even throughout the day today. So, out of pole 1, he's been actually probably a little bit disadvantaged. Brendan was out of most of wide yesterday. Of course, James Clark had a good drive and tough enough. Impulse, we saw a fantastic race with him and Pugsley in the opening race of the round yesterday morning, and Mark in Rooters is going to be out of lane number 4, and he's probably been consistent all weekend, but not quite as quick as we normally see.
Yeah, he just seems a little off the pace, doesn't he? But I'll tell you, a kid that has really impressed me is James Clark this weekend, and he impressed me over at Berry as well, mate. That boat's really starting to light up and get quicker and quicker. We've got his dad, Dave Clark, here watching. He's got the best seat in the house, so he's you're nervous? More nervous watching him than driving? No? He knows the kid knows what he's doing. There you go. That's what happens, Dave. The kids always go faster than the dads. That's how it works, isn't it, BC?
Oh, we grew up with it, to be fair. Like, take my old man, for example. He'd never seen a boat race until he was in his late, probably 30s, and just loved it, and then started boat racing. So had his first pedal, but when you grow up with it, you come through the ranks.
No choice.
No choice, mate. There was strap yourself into a hydroplane. There's the boat, son. Strap yourself in.
Big Con, how is Big Con going?
He's a big crook, mate. I'll say good day to him, and he's in Westmead Hospital this week. So
that's no good. Well, shout out. Hopefully he's watching on the live stream.
Hopefully he'll get a look in and say, "G'day, Con. Hope you're well, mate, and look after yourself."
All right, Big Con Cunningham. Hope you're going well, son. We got the Clyde Lewis 6 litre. This is heat number 2. Cavs, Tough Enough, Impulse, and Aruja's white flag up. White flag drops. We're racing, and a clean start from everybody. James Clark gets a good start. In fact, he's going to lead everybody. Number 1. Aruja's got goes hard around the outside, and everybody through to number 1. Right between them is James Clark. I look at the PC.
Yeah, Clarkie now leads the way up the back straight. Rudis is making some really good inroads now, and Impulsive goes in way deeper into that top boy there, Bishop. But James Clark's doing it beautifully out in front and Tough Enough. Rudis, and it looks like Impulsive, not quite with the pace today, is chasing down. Tough Enough at the moment, doing a good job in the second place. Cavs in a 4th place. Rudis is running in a 3rd. As they head up the back straight away now for the second time. James Clark in the Tough Enough, racing hard indeed. Rudis is out, sorry ladies and gentlemen. So the white lights on the track are just caution flags as we see now. As we see James Clark doing it quite nicely, but Impulsive having a crack on the outside, Bisho.
I tell you what, this is going to come down to the wire, PC. Impulsive, with Brendan Mason. Oh, the Willie's got one back to try and get this done now. Got caution flag down, and we've got Brutus stopping Lewis on. James Clark's done a number on him down in turn number 1 for the final time.
Yeah, it looks like all topping up at the moment. Impulse into second position at the moment. Holding the line, Cavs is doing nicely into third position as they are looking for qualification and time for the final today of the Clive Lewis Trophy. Topping up comes across the line. Impulse into second place. A great drive indeed. And Brendan Walsh in Cavs will come across the line into third with a DNF4 Routers. So great racing there from Clarkey in the topping up from South Australia.
Fantastic stuff, PC, and Big Davey Clark, he's pretty happy with that one, and as he should be. Good run there, and as I said, James Clark, mate, he's really stepped up the pace in this 6-litre category, and won't be long before he's challenging guys like Chris Pugsley, I reckon, in that boat, because it's a good little boat, it's fast, and he's driving it really well. So great job to James Clark, winner of heat number 2 of the Clyde Lewis Trophy. Next race on the card, PC, is going to be, we're going to be moving into our Formula Futures, and then it's going to be National Drivers' Championship heats, so, or finals, I should say.
Finals. So for everybody at home, we have on the cards, and we'll get it confirmed with race control. I think there might be 3 heats of the finals.
There is, mate, yeah. So you've got Final C, Final B and Final A.
Yep, so how that works from a point scoring system at home is essentially we have points, 1 through to about 22, so it's 1 through to about 18, right? So if you're in the final, the heat, final of heat 1 or the fastest 5 or 6, you can get points from your points from down 25 points down to 6th position. The next 6 boats get points from 7 down to 12, and then the third lot of boats get points from 13th through to 17th or 18th. So everybody going out there this morning, Bisho, is eligible for points towards the overall series. So that's, you know, if you're in heat number C and that's the third fastest group, there is points online for you today. So this is about coming to each and every venue, turning up, running every single heat and final you can, and accumulating points. It's a great initiative because the guys in Heat C will be running just as hard as the guys in Heat A to get more points in their bags. Yeah,
exactly right, PC. It really is about attrition. It's about, you know, this series will be won and lost in the workshop, mate. No mistake about that. This is a series of reliability as much as it is about being fast. And you've got to have both, but you know, the guy that's the most reliable and can be up around the pointy end is going to be the guy that'll take this championship down. A guy like Heath Hamilton that maybe isn't quite on the absolute pointy end, but he's winning heats and he's setting fast lap times and he's reliable, he could take this championship down. Don't worry about that.
Oh, mate, anybody could. Even, you know, we talked about Slattery from Tasmania and Titan. Picking up points. I think he got 3/3. On yesterday's card. We haven't got all the official results in front of us, but you know, that's what it's all about. You just keep picking up, you get your scrutineer in points, and you go to your venues, you pick up your hot lap points as well, so plenty on offer. And I know if you follow the Drivers' Championship, and don't go for the scam ones, go for the real one on Facebook. And Scotty Lambert's doing a great job with GP Hydro Ski down there, live streaming, telling you which ones not to click on, but don't take any friend requests. But they've got lots of up-to-date information, including all their hot lap times, etc.
The rule of thumb, mate, is don't click on anything in the comments. So only click on the main page. Anything in the comments will be a scam. So they don't put links in the comments part of the page. So that's the way to do it. And we've got boats loading themselves into the water. We'll see our 25's about to come out, mate. So we'll see those guys. We'll take a short break just while we get boats out onto the... I hope you're enjoying the racing here. This is the 2024 Melton Gold Cup and National Drivers' Championship. We'll be back in a moment. Yeah, I do. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're sending our juniors out onto Exford Weir here at the Melbourne Runabout and Speedboat Club here for the 2024 Melton Gold Cup and National Drivers Championship. PC, we've got an excellent field of juniors, and they've done some beautiful, close, tight, fair racing all weekend, I'd have to say.
It's been brilliant, mate. 9 of them again today. We've got the Little Nuts with Andrew Cameron. We've got B&R Engines with Ella Nidri. We've got the Bud Light Junior. Harry Meads had a really good day yesterday.
Yep.
The Flat Out, the Chase Hamilton. The Intruder with Deegan Phillip behind the wheel. The Fat Chance had a win in the first race and then went to the outside pole. It was reverse poles yesterday.
Yep.
So Riley Bride there. The Prime with Josh Taranto. The Shiver with Bailey Canara. And the Spitfire with Jack Williamson behind the wheel. And they're a self-starter this weekend, and they're doing a fantastic job. Look at that lineup.
That's a better lineup than we see from the big professional inboard guys, actually. So they do their own start. Have a look at the pace that Josh Taranto's boat's got. Harry Meads makes a little bug in, but I tell you what, very, very even down into turn number 1. Pole position is a charm here at
it
Melbourne
is.
Weir,
We just saw Ella actually probably lead them into the first turn. Speed, but she's on the outside now. It's a long way around Exford Weir as they head up the back straight, Bisho.
She is, mate. Bailey Canara there taking advantage of that pole position, and he's in the Shiver boat, and he runs around on pole and leading, but I think it's Harry Meads just on the outside of him. We'll try and pick him. Might be Andy Cameron. I'll just try and pick him up as they come through. I think it is Andy Cameron. Oh, no, actually, you know what? I think it's Chase Hamilton, the yellow stripe down the deck. I'll get it right in a minute, PC, but now they run wide. Plenty of jostling for position here. We've got one of the boats crossing across a couple of lanes, try and get into the middle here. But
I think that's the Bud, maybe. Or is it? It's trying to see.
Yep.
Yes, it is.
It is the Bud, so that's Harry Meads.
Yeah.
So you've got Chase Hamilton leading into turn number 1 for the second time. Josh Taranto on the outside, Bailey Canara on the inside. Harry Meads, this is very tight. Spitfire with Jack Williamson right in the mix here as well. Rounding out the fields, Alan Nidri. We've got on the far outside there Andy Cameron, who had a win yesterday. And they fire back up the back chute. You still throw a blanket over him, mate. How good is this racing?
No, pretty tough racing. It was good to see Meads. He went from about pole 4 to 2 and got plenty wet through this corner here, so just kept into it. But it is great racing, ladies and gentlemen. Have a look at him. You can throw a blanket over the top 6 at least. Oh, the spin!
A
little spin. Everything's good. Everything's good. The great awareness of the guys and girls out there. They're doing a fantastic job.
It's exactly what you don't want when you've got that many boats in a corner, isn't it? There's a lot of fiberglass out there to crash into. So down the front straight, and it's Josh Taranto who's done the best job out of everybody here. He's really on the hard charge, and he's made a few boat links there. Bailey Canara on the outside. Chase Hamilton. You got Riley Bride in the middle of the pack there. She's actually up in the 3rd spot at the moment. Then Jack Williamson, back to Harry Meads, Andy Cameron and Ellen Nidri.
Yeah, we're talking Meadsy up, and now he's back to about 7th place. So after one corner, you've got to be smooth and fast.
Yeah, it's unbelievable, isn't it? Josh Taranto's done a great job in this one. He sort of bided his time for the first lap there, didn't he? He just hung out there in about pole 5 or 6, and now he's just managed to work his way across. He's got plenty of boat speed out of that boat.
Checkered flag, Bisho, is about to be shown, I believe.
We got it down. I can see them holding it in the start boat here.
Yes, they are.
Yep,
they
there
can see it now. They'll be seeing it as they come down. A great victory. We finished right on the video turn, boys.
Josh Taranto takes the win in Prime into 2nd place. A good race there. Riley Bride worked her way up through the field nicely. Bailey Canara snags some plastic gold and gets into 3rd place. Jack Williamson. Then it's back to Chase Hamilton, Harry Meads, Andy Cameron and Ella Nidri rounding out the field. So good racing from our juniors, and now, ladies and gentlemen, things are about to fire up. Because we have the National Drivers Championship. The finals about to be run. 3 finals, Final C, Final B and Final A. PC, I don't have a list of those guys yet, so I'm going to go up to the tower and try and get one. We're going to take a short break, and we will be back with the forced induction National Drivers Championship finals here at Exford Weir. Stick around, folks. It's about to hot up.
And ladies and gentlemen, Bisho, you got the gossip, mate. We have got a list.
I have got a list for you, PC. So this is Final C for the National Drivers' Championship. Final for the National Drivers' Championship, Final C. Rival Johnny Backer, Reckless with Tate Ramsey, Blake Ramsey with Destiny, Fury with Hayden Chesser, and Wild Child with Darren Robinson. So boats heading up. We'll have three finals here, ladies and gentlemen. Final C, Final B, and Final A. Final B will be the Always Pumping, the Titan, the Bad Influence, the B&R, and the Immortal. And Final A, Turn It Up. Connor Patterson has been the quickest man over the weekend and gets pole position in the A final. Explicit out of 2. Chase and Cash out of 3. Have a Go out of 4. And Chevy Chase out of 5 in the Final A. But this is Final C. Rival, Reckless, Destiny, Fury, and Wild Child. And unfortunately, some of these guys haven't had the weekends that they wanted. However, as PC described a little bit earlier on, the points are the same in these finals. So in reality, they are racing for points and for a championship. So that's what it's going to be all about here. The Forced Induction National Drivers' Championship for 2024, the inaugural round. First round here at Melton Reservoir at the Melbourne Runabout and Speedboat Club here in Melton, Victoria, Australia. So we send the boys up to the top. There's been some very hard and fast racing. There's some pretty tired and damaged machinery out there. And a lot of these guys just trying to get these boats through these finals and collect valuable points towards the championship. All right, so this heat, we're racing for points from 11 through to 15. So Johnny Backer on pole. This boat is an animal, and he'd be pretty disappointed he didn't make it into the A main. Here we go. Starters are trying to get a nice line up here. Need to be happy with what they're seeing. A little bit of push and shove, the customary push and shove up through the start area. Keep an eye on Fury. He was pretty wild out of the start yesterday. Which is the boat second from the outside. Goes the call. The flag drops. A much better start there from Fury. But plenty of pace on. And then back to Wild Child and Reckless with all the pace. Back and struggled a little bit with pole position to his advantage. Fury looks like he might have a little bit of a well on the pace. Up the back through we go now, and it's Ramsey back to Backer. As we find out the back chute, Fury has a problem. We hear it at Fluff, and it has come to a stop. Unfortunately there, Hayden Chesser pulls off to the side. That's going to cause some big loss for these guys on the back straight now, so keep an eye on them as they come up the back straight away. So Backer pokes his nose into the lead now. Ramsey on the outside. Backer trying to get the power out. Blake Ramsey in the third, Wild Child in fourth place at the moment with Darren Robinson. Up through the top turn, and it's Johnny Backer all the way as the yellow flag comes out. He'll have one to go. He needs to try. Oh, he's got a problem. Backer's got a problem, and he goes across the course. This is going to cause a problem for Darren Robinson. Tate Ramsey goes to the lead. Blake Ramsey in the second now. Wild Child into third place. Yellow flag out. One to go for these guys. Blake Ramsey runs wide. Allowing Darren Robinson up the inside. It's going to be a battle for second here. Up the back chute they fire. Tate Ramsey now in the Reckless. He has got it all before him as the checkered flag's produced. Tate Ramsey, ladies and gentlemen, takes the win in the C final for the National Drivers' Championship. A drag race to the line, and it's going to be Blake Ramsey over Darren Robinson. Great racing there, and unfortunate there for Johnny Backer. So, Tate Ramsey collects the points for the C main. Next race on our card, ladies and gentlemen, will be the B main final. Boats that we'll be looking for will be Always Pumping Tight and Bad Influence B&R and Immortal. Well, PC, what an epic race that was. And, gee, I thought for a second there that Hayden Chesser peeling off to the starboard side there and throwing a couple of big rollers up the back straight, I thought that might have caused a little bit of action.
He's probably done the right thing, mate, to be honest. He just pulled off. It was a first lap and the guys are still running through, so bit of a shame. The guys have worked hard with Fury all weekend to get it up to speed, and it's good he's driving it back to the bank, so maybe just something that wasn't happy with, so take it back and have a look at it. Johnny Backer was given Reckless and Toby a good run there, wasn't he, really, until something was let go, but Wild Child almost ran up his ass because Backer was in his way, but and I reckon Blake Ramsey would be pretty happy. He actually got around the whole track, second place, so
no one tried to drive into him.
Not this time round, mate. So
been a bonus for him.
Ramsey 1, Ramsey number 2, Reckless and Destiny. So nice one for the Ramsey boys. They'll be pretty happy accumulating some points. As we said, every across the line, that one gets some points goes towards the Australian Championship. So every point helps. That's for certain indeed. And it was good to see Darren Robertson. He had a pretty good run too. He's had a bit of a rough weekend. Few issues all weekend, but good to see him out there having a real crack.
I'll tell you what, mate, quick, Darren Robinson, in straight line out of the start, he is one of the quickest boats on the circuit, isn't he? He entered the turn number 1 in front of everyone else, but couldn't go on with it for reason.
Yeah, he hasn't been lucky enough to get a pole position, but again, they talked about this this morning with the Australian Drivers' Championship. Your pole positions are really determined from 1, you're qualifying through your hot lap. So if you don't go hard in your hot lap, you're going to be on the outside. And then 2, your best race time for the finals from the 2 heats that you run. So, that's where people at home might be saying, well, how do they draw the poles for these particular finals? And that's how they've been drawn. Essentially, it's, your hot lap gives you your first heat, and then it's the best time for your 2 heat runs get you into A, B or C finals. Yeah. And off the back of points.
Yeah, and then the higher the final you're in, the higher the points you're gaining.
Correct, mate. That's it.
But, I mean, best case scenario for Tate Ramsey after not being able to get into the A final is to win the C final. He's done that, so he keeps himself in the hunt. Unfortunately, this is the worst case scenario. Johnny Backer here collecting no points for that one.
He doesn't look happy, Johnny. He's normally a happy man. He smiles a lot, but I had a look at his on his phone this morning, and definitely a bit of damage from, I think it was yesterday, with the plate gear under the boat. So they went down to the local shops down here in Melton and got them all fixed up. So thanks to everybody helping out the rival marine team to get them back on the water today.
It's interesting, that race too, mate, watching Johnny Backer. Normally that thing's a beast. We spoke about it yesterday. It's probably one of the most highly tuned or highly stressed engines in the circuit, but it's also one of the fastest. He didn't come into turn number 1 in front of everyone like I expected him to, but he did use that pole 1 really well to his advantage, and maybe that was a tactic of his not to attack. Obviously, you can't attack too hard when you're on pole 1 because you can't afford to slide out a lane. You'll get pinged for it, and that has been happening. The officials have been red hot on pinging people coming in on pole 1 and leaving on pole 3 and 4. So he did a really nice job to hold that boat in tight, and I think probably, he was very conservative down the first straight because he knew he had to get it in and get it turned. But, he led out of turn number 1 and was doing a great job until the boats let him down, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, it's been very competitive, John, and we love the look of the boat. It's, I guess, one of the meanest looking boats out there on the circuit, definitely for sure. So hopefully they can fix that one up because obviously these guys will be going for a quick turnaround and having a look at the engines, looking at the boats and getting ready for the big one this afternoon, the Melton Gold Cup.
Got a lot of respect for Johnny and his team in terms of the fact that they actually build their own hulls and they also build their own engines. So they don't rely on too many other people for anything else, and he does a pretty epic job with all that.
He does a fantastic job, and travels a lot too. John does. He and the team, they've probably covered about 2,000 or 3,000 kilometres in the past 4 weeks. So you know, they're doing really well with travelling and supporting all the events around the country.
Wonder what the issue is with it. We'll find that out for you later on in the day, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully it's not a terminal issue, because he'll still be looking. We've still got Melton Gold Cup to come, mate. It's just, gee, these boats are getting a lot of use. They're putting a lot of time on them, and they're all doing an epic job. You know, it's just incredible. To keep these boats running is hard. We haven't seen the failures that we've seen over the years, have we? I mean, blown boats have always been notoriously temperamental, but they're getting more and more reliable. I think probably electronic fuel injections had a lot to do with that.
Yeah, I think too. The Motex and your the systems that they've all got in play. I mean, back 5-10 years ago, a lot of the guys weren't running any electronical computers off the side of them to work out what was going on. So, you know, you do your work on the dyno, for example, back in the shed, and then you get to the racetrack and you go, oh, I'm not sure exactly what's going on. But, you know, a lot of it is driven by a lot of data these days. They're hitting computers and working through technical aspects of their day. Like today, for example, the tune's going to be totally different. We were in bright sunshine yesterday, not a cloud in the sky. Here we are today, probably 20 degrees compared to maybe 26, 27 yesterday. So completely different engine tunes are required for this morning. And then even this afternoon, once the sun pops out, which we hope it will, probably different tune up altogether again. So that's where these guys are really professional and get the boats turned around beautifully. It's Brett Nidry in the BNR racing machine. Small block, he's just moved from a Toyota NASCAR engine, they call it the Yaris, into the unlimited blown blast. So
I always have a bit of a giggle at the Yaris, you know. 800 horsepower Yaris would be a pretty exciting car to drive, wouldn't it? But all right, mate, we'll take a quick break. The next final B is Always Pumping Titan, Bad Influence BNR, Engines and Immortal. Stick around, folks. We have got some awesome racing coming your way. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the National Forced Induction Championship as we send boats up for the B main final. These boys collecting points for the Forced Induction National Drivers Championship here for 2024. This is round number 1. And we have seen some absolutely epic racing. We have seen some of the best racing in Australian powerboat racing that I reckon we've seen for 15 years. All the big boys have come out to play. All the big boys want to win this championship. And it has got very, very interesting. The guy that wins this championship is going to be the best of the best, because not only is he going to be the fastest, but reliability. The crews working hard, working overtime, getting boats ready after breaking them, getting them back out on the water, turning them around in quick time to get to future race meetings. This is a fantastic initiative, and don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, it will also be on 7 Mate, the National Drivers Championship for Forced Induction Boats 2024. This is round number 1. A big shout out to Sean Hedgewood and his team at 321 Ignition, who have made the Channel 7 Mate coverage happen. And we're really excited to make this just bigger and better. And at the moment, epic now, so I don't know how much bigger it can get, but we're certainly hoping it can. So boats we have on the course. Out of pole number 1 will be Dennis Pasala, the cheeky chap in the Always Pumping. The Titan with Dave Satterley out of South Australia. The Bad Influence, Daryl Quinn. Just got the inside word from my old mate Murph that Daryl's been having trouble with switch boxes in that boat. They've swapped out 2 switch boxes and had issues with both of them. They've now grabbed a third one from a different team, a different manufacturer. So we're hoping that the Bad Influence issue has been sorted. Daryl Quinn's had a dogged weekend so far. B&R Engines will be on the outside of him with Brett Nidri and Immortal on the far outside, Mark Gauci. This is the B main final for the Forced Induction National Drivers Championship for 2024. Nice lineup. White flag flying high. Not too much push and shove. Everybody looks very nice and consistent. A little bit of bunching up now, waiting for the flag to drop. Flag drops, we're racing, and a good clean start from everybody. But Sala using the power of that turbo. Gauci, very, very fast down the front too. What can Mark Gauci get done here? Can he hold them nice and tight? He does. Gauci's the man to watch here. Have a look at this, the Immortal. Down the back, good for Sala on the inside. Winch had the same problem, go away again. Disappointing there for the Bad Influence as he pulls up. Pasala now trying to get that boat turned in on pole. Gauci down the outside. And Gauci now absolutely braining him in the Immortals. Brett Hendry comes up alongside Dennis Pasala for third. At the moment, Pasala in second. Oh, Pasala has a big jump. Loses stride. Hendry will capitalise on that. Satterley is right in the mix with these boys as well. But Immortal, Mark Gauci, is the man that's absolutely braining him at the moment. Don't worry about him. He's away. Pasala still trying to get the power down. In that turbo boat, Hendry now coming around the outside of him. Brett Hendry doing a good job in this brand new arrangement and coaching those up to the second place. Check checkered flag will come out on this one. Mark Gouchy, an Immortal. He's been thereabouts, but he's got the job done. A great job and a great win from Mark Gouchy. Immortal takes the win in fine style. Brett Nidri into second place. And a drag race to the line. Oh, it's Satterley, I think. Satterley by a bow wide, maybe. Harder to pick than a broken nose. Wow, what do you reckon, Owen? My choice. I think it'll be the official's choice. But drag race to the line between Satterley and Dennis Pasala. And I reckon Satterley maybe just got over the top. But I tell you what, if he did, it was by absolutely a 15th. Wowee, this National Drivers' Championship is heating up. Mark Gouchy, he's been a little bit thereabouts. He's been a little bit out of sorts. But I tell you what, absolutely dominated. He was the fastest boat. And don't forget, folks, he came from pole number 6 to take the win around the outside. An absolutely storming drive there from Gouchy. Congratulations to him. Had some red-hot competition, but he had pace to burn in that Immortal boat. Mark, of course, a multiple Marge Watson and Darwin Cup winner. He knows what it's all about. He's had a lot of time off out of the sport with injury. But you'd have to say he's back at his home club. Great job there from Brett Nidri. David Satterley collecting more valuable points to the championship. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Mark Gouchy, the Gouch. Gets the job done. The little 18-6 rocket ship. Lots of horsepower, lots of pace, and they've done an awesome job there. Dennis Pasala did a great job in that boat. He's still developing that particular twin-turbo engine. He's always pumping, but no one was getting over Mark Gouchy in that one. Storming drive. Okay, folks. That was the B main final. Coming up now will be the A main final for the forced induction National Drivers' Championship. Out of pole position will be Connor Patterson in Turn It Up. Out of 2 will be Chris Hearn in Explicit. Out of 3, Chase and Cash, Heath Hamilton. Out of 4, have a go, Craig Storner. And out of 5 will be Damon Thurger in the Chevy Chase. This is going to be epic. Tell you what, that Heath Hamilton, he keeps coming up in the top 6, keeps coming up in the A main final. He's going to be one to watch for the championship here. We'll take a short break. Hope you're enjoying the National Drivers' Championship here on GP Hydro live streaming and Bisho Media here at Exford Weir at Melbourne. We'll be back real soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2024 4th Induction National Drivers' Championship. And we're sending boats up into the milling area for the A final. As you can see, Chase and Cash heading up there. Explicit, turn it up. Have a go. Chevy Chase, I haven't seen. There he goes. David Nugent is firing up now. Just spoke to Connor Patterson before he went out. He said he is nervous. He's running out of pole 1. He's been the fastest man on the course on race time over the weekend. And that has given him the pole position in this A main final. So setting boats up as Gouchy just about to get his boat pulled out of the water there. So the final race for the National Drivers' Championship Series here at round number 1 at Melton. And it has been absolutely epic over 3 days. 5 heats on Friday, 5 heats on Saturday, and finals. 3 finals here on Sunday. So over in the milling area, and the sun just starting to poke its nose out here at Melton as well. The conditions looking very, very nice indeed. The engine builders will be pretty happy with all of this. Nice, cool, dense air for these supercharged engines. Of course, we had the Motec boys here yesterday. Pete Switty tuning a lot of the boats, helping these teams. So water settling on the course nicely now. There's just a couple of rollers running through there from a couple of the boats that were going onto their trailers. But those rollers are running directly up the course, so shouldn't bother these boats at all. They'll just skip over the top of those. White flag up. Here we go. This is the A main final for the 2024 Forced Induction National Drive Championship. Round number 1, Melton, Victoria. An epic lineup of boats. Turning up on pole. Explicit, Chase and Cash. Have a go and Chevy Chase. Nice lineup. Flag drops, we're racing, and it is a clean start for everybody. Thurger gets a good run down the outside. Have a go, runs in hard. Explicit's going to be the first man on the pit. Connor Patterson uses pole position with the man. Have a look at the pace on this little Sparrow. Turbocharged for Steve Explicit, Chris Hurst. Heads up into turn number 2. A little, but in this A main final, it's Explicit and turn it up. Absolutely gunnel to gunnel and deck to deck now as they head down into turn number 1 for the second time. Patterson really trying hard. He got a little bit hooked up there. Tony Hurst. Now the run down the back straight away. Patterson's doing a good job to hold on the hard charging Hurst at the moment. Up through the top third. And Chris Hearn, he's just starting to drop away a little bit. Patterson starting to make his break. Yellow flag, 1 lap to go now. Patterson charging hard. Chris Hearn struggling to make up the gap now. Have a go. Craig Thornton running to 3rd place. Pete Hamilton in the chasing case. David Thurger struggling out the back door a little bit. Gets front to the line, but it looks like it's going to be Thurger's got problems there. But it is going to be Connor Patterson charging hard. He's done well to hold them all off. Connor Patterson wins the A-Main final. The National Drivers' Championship. Craig Stoner into third place. Heath Hamilton in chasing cash through for fourth. And as Damon Thurger will round out the field in the chasing cash. Wowee. That's it, PC. I need to lie down because it's all just a bit much for me. I got to tell you. Unfortunately, there, Damon Thurger encountered a bit of an issue on lap number 1, mate. Couldn't quite get the job done, but what a run from Connor Patterson.
Oh, sensational racing, exquisite. And turn it up, but turn it up in the end. Just too good. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. For Connor Patterson in the turn it up machine. Be stoked with that. Scotty Patterson, his old man, will be absolutely ecstatic with it. Great racing, good fair racing between himself and Chris Hearn in the explicit machine. And Avigo was really having a crack at the explicit in that final lap to come into third position. And Chaser Cash was fourth, and Damon Thurger had a bit of an issue, so he rounded out the field and got his points for finishing that particular final. Well done to Craig Stoner in the Avigo team. From what was on Friday Saturday morning was a bit of a disaster with them getting the boat sunk at the ramp until coming out here and making the A-Main final.
Wow, great job
nice
from Heath Hamilton.
Third.
Sorry, mate, Heath Hamilton, great job from him as well, collecting a big bag of points in the championship. He's one guy to really keep an eye on in this one. I've pointed him out a couple of times, but I tell you what, Connor Patterson collecting a big bag of points here this weekend, putting the boat on pole for the A-Main, collecting all his points on the way through. Nearly a perfect weekend for him, so great effort there. The National Drivers' Championship wraps up for round number 1, but that doesn't mean there's not plenty more red hot racing here at Melton today. Coming up, we'll have our Formula Futures, 95s, 25s, Unlimited, Outboard and 105. I think they've combined actually 0.6 hydroplanes, but then, mate, we're into the Melton Gold Cup heats.
Yeah, we are, mate. Heats are probably running down to 5 or 6. There's that many entrants in it. We will see the challenge between the 6 litres and forced induction boats, either turbo or just pure blown. So looking forward to the Melton Gold Cup coming on shortly, but some great support classes also to happen beforehand. We've got the Formula Futures, as said, all 9 of them will be going out there, the 95 and I think then into the 25s again. Unlimited Outboard, we've seen a bit of that today. I know Craig Bailey asked could he go on the Melton Gold Cup at briefing this morning. It was a unfortunate no for him, and for people at home that are wondering why he won yesterday. But it's actually a dirty gift over the cup, and it's for inboard boats only. So
yeah, it is, mate. And I heard a little bit. I saw a little bit of banter on Facebook about a few of the outboard guys talking about why isn't anyone else allowed into the blown? Well, the blown championship is for blown boats. It's for forced aspiration, forced induction boats. So. That's their series, that's their championship, and that's what they all come to race. There's no other boats allowed in it. It's for forced induction boats, which is, I reckon, is terrific.
So plenty more action to come, and of course we thank all of our sponsors over the weekend. We thank them very much, and that particular one was the final A was brought to us by Midway Mini Mix and Garden. We're also sponsored by very close friends of Bisho Race Marine. Then we've got Performance Bodyworks. Coda Whelan Electrical Contracting, the Third Phase Electrical, Yarrawonga Marine. We get them sponsoring from all over the state, mate. They're that excited by what's going on down here in Melton. Western Industrial Plumbing, of course, the Melton City Council coming on year after year to help support this fantastic event, which is bringing thousands of spectators in. And thank you to everybody that's come through the gate, and I hope you're loving the racing. And it's only early in the day, so look forward to the rest of the day. The Marine Shop, of course, Melton Toyota, got their display on, and up there is also GP1, which is a Grand Prix hydroplane, 25 foot in length, capable of speeds around 170, 180 miles an hour, and it'll be featuring over the next couple of weeks at Taree for the Easter Classic, and then at Yarrawonga meeting, which will be for the EC Griffith Cup on the 26th and 28th of April, which will also be featuring Matt Hall in the amazing Red Bull Air Show. Visho, that was fantastic last year.
Mate, awesome. Yep. Don't forget next weekend as well. I just got a message from my old mate Mark the Russian from Cootercraft, offshore boats at Wyndham Harbour next weekend. So certainly looking forward to that. And a big shout out to you, Mark. Glad you're enjoying the coverage. Also, we're on live at the Renmark Old School Boat, South Australian Old School Ski Boat Club. They've got their run on over in Renmark, and Greggy Godsell sent us a little message saying we're coming through loud and clear there, PC. So I'm glad everybody's enjoying the racing. And of course, got a little good morning from one of our wonderful sponsors and a very, very close mate of mine, Simon Jeffrey Isherwood III from Race Marine. So good morning, Simon. I don't know whether you're here or whether you're at home watching, but either way, we will catch up soon. So great to see the live streaming going everywhere, mate. And the boys all saying that the commentary's coming through clear, the footage is terrific, and they're really enjoying the racing. We'll take a short break. We'll get some more boats out on the water in just a couple of moments. This is the 2024 Melton Gold Cup National Driver Championship. We'll be back real soon.
Our juniors are back out on the course, ladies and gentlemen, and of course we've got a magnificent field of juniors this weekend with 9 entered, and they'll set themselves up. It was reverse grid yesterday. We'll see what it is today. They're self-starting themselves off a line. They just go up and line up and around they go. If anybody is interested in junior racing, of course, the Australian Powerboat Association through the Victorian Council, and also Stephen Scott, who looks after all the juniors for Victoria. will be able to help you out. You may as well get off your PlayStation. Don't worry about the footy season. Don't worry about the netball season. We've got lots of great ladies out here racing too. Do that with Bisho.
Yeah, no, ball sports. I was never any good at them, so let's not do them, kids. You know, seriously, let's go and race stuff. So, kids, again, mate, another perfect lineup for them. They're self-starting this weekend, the kids, and doing an absolutely epic job of it. And goes the call, and Harry Meads looks like he gets the best start. Josh Durano's got a lot of pace out of this little prime boat, mate. He's been very, very quick. Keep an eye on him. He won from outside pole in the previous race.
Yeah, he stayed out of trouble too. That was half the battle in the last one. A couple of spinners and a couple of little mishaps. So, especially from Meads, I think he went from about third back to about seventh. And the Bud Racing entry, who is leading the way down the back straight at the moment, Bishop.
Oh, mate, I called him his brother yesterday. I haven't heard the end of that either. So, but Harry out in front and doing a nice job. You can throw a blanket over the rest of them. You see Joshy Tarano around the outside there. He's got plenty of pace out of that boat. But let's have a look and see what they can do up through the top turn here. It's all the Bud Light Junior at the moment with Harry Meads doing it nicely.
The boats are sitting perfectly. This is one of the best venues for watching racing and one of the best for water conditions, Bisho, you could ever imagine. This is where our juniors can really show off their top end speed as they head down and passing the start-finish point now as they'll come past for the first time. Some pretty close racing.
We've had a little bit of a
crunch.
So that was Andrew Cameron and Harry Meads. Just a little love tap it was, nothing too serious. Luckily, Harry continues on and leads the race. I think Andrew was a little bit shocked and took him a little bit to gather himself back together, but he gets going again. I just hope it didn't punt a little hole in the bottom of that boat in that one.
Seen a bit of that yesterday with the big boys, mate, with a couple of decks lifting and a couple of little bits of side bits hanging off them, a bit of fiberglass and composite, so a little bit of tape, mate. It's all right. Race tape.
I saw Bobby Webster down there. He's like, just get some race tape, it'll be right. But so this has changed the complexion of this race because our race leader has now dropped back a little bit here, mate. He's run back into second spot. So that's put Joshy Taranto again into the lead. He's been pretty hard to beat in this boat. Harry Meads, then it's back to Jack Williamson, then it's Chase Hamilton, Riley Bride, then it's Bailey Canara, Ellen Nidri, and out the back door at the moment, Andrew Cameron, hopefully with not a hole in that little boat.
It's a good battle for first place, isn't it? As you said, Taranto coming from way on the outside now, challenging for first place, and in fact does take first place up the back straight away. It's tight racing for third, fourth and fifth at this point in time, but it's a pretty good run up front. And we will see the checkered flag coming out now, so it will be a drag race to the finish line, Bisho.
Oh, Harry Meads, mate, he just pokes his nose back in, uses that pole. Oh, we've got a hook there and a missed turn, boy. I think that might be Williamson. I'll just pick up on who that is as they come through, but don't worry about that at the moment, PC. It's a drag race to the line, and this is going to be a photo finish. You got Josh Taranto on the outside, Harry Meads on the inside, charging the line, but it's going to be Joshy Taranto in the prime, taking another win. Harry Meads into second, Riley Bride into third. It was Jack Williamson that missed that turn, boy, so he'll get a penalty. So it'll be, a little bit of hose off there for Chase Hamilton as he came into the corner. Bailey Canara, then Ellen Nidri and Andy Cameron.
Good racing by the juniors. It's fantastic to see them out there. And as you said, if you're interested in getting your kids involved and the kids coming up this, geez, I wouldn't mind a piece of that action. Come down and see the officials and Stephen Scott. Look us up on all the websites. All the information's there to go out and have some fun and get racing.
Mate, the other thing that we should mention too, and I haven't mentioned it all weekend, is that the APBA actually do have boats for the kids to race. So if any parents out there or your kids reckon this looks like a lot of fun, there is APBA boats available. The Australian Powerboat Association has a couple of boats that we can actually put the kids in and give them a little a taste of what racing's all about. So we do have a boat there. We also have an APBA 25 horsepower boat as well, which if you're an adult and you were keen to get in to do some racing, we can hook you up there as well, get you out and do some racing and enjoy that. So next race on the card, folks, will be our 105 mile an hour categories boats will be going out next. We'll take a short break. Hope you're enjoying all the action here at the 2024 Melbourne Gold Cup and Australia National Drivers Championship. We'll be back with you real soon. Security. Security. You got 105, Mr. Carter. Doesn't need the dough, mate, the multi. There's no drama. 200 invoice out. Yeah. 5, mate. How was that little race, Grant? Yep. Just before the Harris. What are you talking about? Yeah, I was pretty keen for a bit of the Abo action. Yeah, shit, yeah. I'm right into that stuff. Hey, I know. Yeah, we could do that. Cook some geckos. Now I know you don't like getting beaten, but that's good that you've got someone really giving you a good run for your money, Harrow. I know. I know he's a chunky little dude. Would he be lighter? Well, you'll be happy to know I spoke to him. He said I can retire now. I beat Arrow. I can retire. That's it. I'm done. That's it. One of your kids. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, right. Yep. Yeah, of course, yeah. All right. Oh. Bloody hell. Yep. He should have said yes. Did he? Mate, you do that, you get looked at leniently. 100%. And they can't ask you, they can't dispute it. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I got you, Neil. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I just had Connor Patterson roll into the commentary box or the VIP area. So we'll try and get a little quick word with him about that final, mate. You're pretty nervous at the start of that one. I spoke to you. You were pretty keen to go. Obviously panned out the way you wanted it to.
Yeah, it worked out all right. I'm pretty surprised, to be honest. But, yeah, I was freaking out. I've been wearing a full suit. It's like 19 degrees because I was getting a bit sweaty, waiting to go.
Yeah, mate, obviously on pole, what are you looking for into that first corner? You have to be conservative into the first corner, just make sure you're not running wide.
Yeah, definitely conservative. Just want to make sure. Still learning the boat, as I've said to everyone, so making sure I was plating early, as people probably saw the other boys hold the line, make sure I let it break through to everyone else.
Yeah, mate, it is interesting. It's a different mindset, isn't it, to coming to just try to win a Gold Cup, one-off races. This series really going to have to make guys think about longevity and getting the boats to the next round as well.
Yeah, I think from here on, it's just trying to aim for top of the line. Each round, see how we go. This track does suit us. We're a bit underpowered, so small, tight, and keeping on the inside does totally play to my hands. And Adelaide, might favour some of the bigger boys a bit more, but we're happy. We're turning good. We're getting the power on good. So yeah, really happy.
It's really good, I reckon, mate. I've been saying it for a little bit now that blown displacement boats haven't really had their own class, if you like. It's always Gold Cup stuff, or you can throw certain races like a Darwin or even the Keith Harrison. You throw in outboards and 6-litre boats, and which is all great stuff, and we enjoy that racing. It's something really unique to Australia. But you guys haven't really had your own proper series.
No, not a continuing thing, and I'm absolutely blessed to join in right at the start of it and see it develop into what we really hope it becomes with the TV coverage and all the extra support from our sponsors such as BG Products. We've had, even just at the start, before the season even begins, we've got people coming on board knowing that something like this could eventuate into something a lot bigger. So yeah, it's really, really awesome to have our own class. It's just us, and we get to play around with each other a bit more.
Well, mate, I haven't looked at the numbers, and I'm not very good at maths. That's why I left school at year 10. But I would have to say that I would assume you're sitting on top of the table, walking away from round number 1.
Yeah, I'm pretty shocked, to be honest. We were going to try and be top 10. And I've come out on top, so I'm not really complaining. But yeah, I think I'm number 1, and Chris Hernan Explicit's number 2. So we'll hopefully dice it out again later on in the season.
You can complain all you want. I won't listen to you, mate.
That's pretty fair.
Good on you, Connor. Well done, mate. Great drive, and good luck in the rest of the series, brother.
Cheers, thank you. We'll see you there.
Melbourne Gold Cup too.
Oh, we'll have a go.
Good on you, mate. Have a go. Whoop. Okay. Boats heading out on the water as I hand back to PC.
Thanks, mate. Yes, boats heading out on the water will be pole number 1, Frenzy. Pole number 2, the orange boat, the Ranger. Troy Cameron behind the wheel. Bad Temper will be out of number 3 with Jason Jones behind the wheel. The Hombre, so it's a pretty good weekend, the Hombre, with Mick McCarty behind the wheel. And Cut Racing, Stephen Rumble, who had his first victory in his cockpit boat yesterday, and he was stoked.
Yeah, I haven't had a good chat with Stevie yet. I did just see him briefly this morning, had a very quick chat with him, but he was busy, I was busy, there was a bit going on, but I think he's always got a smile, Rumble. Like, you'd never see him sad, but even when he got his head punched in by a boat, he was still smiling, but he just said, we're creeping up on it, Bish, we're creeping up on it, it's getting better and better, and they're making changes to it all the time. And you really do mess with a few things when you put a cockpit in the boat. Obviously, you're adding weight to the boat. You're adding weight in a certain area to the boat. And, then you've got to change your driving style to suit how the cockpit works. So there's a few things that he'll need to get his head around. But I think these 105 and 95 categories, they're going to become really big for capsule guys that, maybe don't have the budget to go and do a full-blown 6-litre boat and stuff like that. And they're great because you can mix in inboards, outboards, just anything that's capable of that speed. You could anyone can just run their boats, and guys with open cockpit boats that want to run them, they're more than welcome as well.
No, they sure can, mate. And of course, we talked a bit about yesterday Jimmy Mullins and the breakout. He's going to a full cockpit in that boat. It's going to be fitted out after the seasons, I believe. So, and this is a retrofit as well. It was done by Stephen Scott. So, Yeah, old Stephen Rumble, he's a very, very happy man indeed. Much happier than about this time last year.
yeah. For those of you that don't know, Steve was involved in a little bit of a bingle down the bottom turn here and got hit in the head pretty badly and had some head injuries. And he spent a fair bit of time recovering. And then obviously it was a no-brainer for him. He said, I'm going to put a cell in this boat because they're much safer. So he's done that, and he'll be around boat racing for a long, long time to come, I reckon.
He will, mate. So Rod Williamson will be out of 1 in Frenzy. Frenzy Ranger out of 2. The bright orange Ranger for Troy Cameron. Bad Temper, it's the yellow open cockpit boat. That's one's driven by Jason Jones. The Hombre, the green and white boat that you'll see coming down. Also open cockpit, Mick McCarty and Cat, as we said, all white cockpit boat on the outside with Stephen Rumble behind the wheel. What a magnificent day, Bisho. What else would you be doing on a Sunday? Clouds are just starting to clear nicely, aren't they, PC? The sun's poked its head out. A little bit of chill in the air this morning, actually. It was interesting. It's a beautiful day here in Melbourne, and hopefully the people at home who are watching on live stream might just be firing up a snag or two on the barbecue. Fantastic, and of course, a lot of people watch from overseas as well, mate. So hopefully our fans over in the US as well who love watching Australian powerboat racing. Really interesting. I've gotten onto a little podcast called Powerboat Talk, which is probably my counterpart in the US of A. And interesting to hear what goes on over there, and the fact that, you know, sometimes we think we're a really small fish in the big world of powerboat racing, but I tell you what, we punch well above our weight here in Australia. We do some of the best powerboat racing on the planet. The quality of the fields here this weekend are world-class, ladies and gentlemen, with a world-class venue at Melton Expert Weir. All right, Bisho, the flag is up. It looks like a really nice line coming into the front straight away now. The flag is down, ladies and gentlemen. Frenzy gets leaping off the line. Good start from the outside from Steve Rumble, and the cat. Looks like Humbrace making some good ground up on the far outside in lane 4 as they head down. Pretty close indeed. Frenzy takes the lead on the inside, followed by Ranger. Out of the back straight now is the Bad Temper as they head up the back straight now. Hombre, Frenzy, and of course the Bad Temper, all a blanket between them. You cannot go over 95 miles an hour, so they'll be checking the speed as well as trying to beat the bloke next to them. Good corner by Frenzy Bisho, and this is a good race. Yeah, Frenzy doing a beautiful job at the moment, but I tell you what, Jason Jones having a real crack down the outside and coming hard at him is Mick McCarty in the Hombre. All these guys get down the straight to stay under that 95 mile an hour mark. And Jason Jones, the former street racer. Oh, Frenzy has a big fly there, mate, and loses a lot of ground. So Rod Williamson will be kicking himself with that one as they go up into the top turn. Yeah, Jason Jones in the Bad Temper, showing the way at the moment. Frenzy on the inside with Rod Williamson behind the wheel. Pretty tight racing now for second and third between the Frenzy and the Hombre as they head down now. 1 lap to go for Jason Jones in the Bad Temper. So they're going through the Ranger and Stephen Rumble up the back of the field now. Still a very close race between on the outside, but up the front now, Jason Jones opening up a nice lead indeed in the Bad Temper as he'll see the checkered flag as he heads down the front straight for the last time, Bisho. I tell you what, PC, he's going to come through and take the win pretty comfortably here, but Jason Jones, I hope he hasn't thought he was in 105 because he's absolutely streeted away from everybody in that one. Mick McCarty comes through in second, Frenzy in the third, Ranger in the fourth, and Cat Racing rounding out the field in the 5th place. So Jason Jones really pulled away from him there, mate. Mate, he might be just checking the dashboard now and going, oh dear, was this the 105 or the 95 mile an hour class? So that could be the problem when you're running first, can't it? You might forget which one you're running in, but a good race indeed, and they're dominated after lap 1, so a good run indeed for our winner there being the Bad Temper with Jason Jones behind the wheel. Cat Racer, we talked him up, Bishop. He let us down. He let us down. We got the commentator's curse while Stevie Rumbler, but he'll still have a smile on his face. Yeah, he's loving it. Just working that boat out, I think, mate. Yeah. Right, he's got the 105 later on as well. So, yes, they do step up and down in these particular boats. They're allowed to run up to 105 miles an hour with no cockpit under the Australian Powerboat Association rules. And, yeah, well done to our winner there, ladies and gentlemen. The Bad Temper just coming past with Jason Jones behind the wheel. A nice win. He gives a thumbs up to his crew on the ramp. He's pretty happy with himself. Coming through there, the Hombre put on a really good show, racing pretty heavily with Rod Williamson from Frenzy as they come past us now, ladies and gentlemen. And we saw the Ranger running into fourth place with Troy Cameron behind the wheel. And, of course, as we talked him up, the Cat Racing into fifth place today. So great racing in our 95 mile an hour class, which was proudly brought to us today by our Performance Bodyworks.
Okay, 25 heading out. Going to take a quick pit stop break, and we will be back with more racing in just a moment with our 25 horsepower. I hope you're enjoying all the action here at the 2024 Melton Gold Cup and National Drivers' Championships.
Ladies and gentlemen, just on the water now, if you're just doing a practice run, is Hayden Chesser, 21-foot Everingham with a Malcolm Jamison cell from New Zealand. It's been retrofitted. Originally, the boat was an open cockpit boat. And Hayden all weekend has been chasing a lot of problems and some speed, a few handling issues, but he, on Friday afternoon, sheared a oil pump pulley off the crank of the front of the crank. Good news, Ross. good news was for the team that the pulley was also connected to the fuel pump, which when it fell into the bottom of the boat, automatically turned off the engine. So no loss of oil pressure, and the team have been working with the Pasalas and Brett Nidger and a few of the local guys down here to get the boat back on the water for Hayden to be out there and having a crack, and had a red hot crack yesterday. There are a couple of really big photos of Hayden showing plenty of the bottom of the boat. If you want to see what the bottom of the boat looks like, just jump on the website on Facebook and have a look there, because you can see all the way underneath it, but that's what Hayden's out there doing, is just testing out some of the handling of the boat at the moment. The Chesser family are renowned, absolute legends in the sport of powerboat racing. They've been running under the Fury name for at least 35 years or more, as far as I've been knowing. The family have always run big blown displacements, and great to see the name carry on with Hayden behind the wheel this weekend. So, yeah, good run, and that's good to see the officials giving Hayden another opportunity to have a bit of a practice to get the rhythm right, to get the feel of the boat, and any adjustments they've made to see how they're working for them. All right, got 25 horsepower on the track right now. Small field of 25s this weekend. We're normally used to seeing quite a few more out there, but numbers just seem to be down a little bit at the moment, but that's okay. The quality of the racing has been exceptional all weekend, especially Deegan Phillip in the Out of Control and Tyler Scott in the Aquasonic have been battling it out. And Joshua Bird, he's in the Aquaholic, and that's the all-green boat. He's under a probationary licence this weekend, so learning his craft, graduating out of junior category. So Joshua's just out there getting a feel for the racecraft, the racetrack, and he'll come up to speed a little bit more into the near future. So that, of course, Tyler Scott in Aquasonic. It's the all-white boat. It's got a driver protection. So Stephen Scott is Tyler's dad, and he's developed this boat from scratch. He's been working on it for around about 12 to 18 months with the view to looking at the 25 horsepower class, getting a little bit more driver protection. At the moment, you'll see when Tyler comes past, the cockpit actually comes up over his head with nice fiberglass and carbon in there. Trying to keep the weight down because obviously 25 horsepower weight is absolutely critical to them. And then we've got Deegan Phillip, as I said, in the outer control. They've been swapping the lead and heat wins and second places all weekend. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is 25 horsepower stock class. You set the trim before you go out. There's no trim buttons in these ones. And this one is brought to us by Cody Whelan Electrical Contractors. So thank you, Cody Whelan Electrical Contractors.
25 horsepower PC, and we've seen some great racings. Tyler Scott boat, I tell you what, I'm impressed with it, mate. It sits right up on its tail. I thought yesterday when we first saw it coming in the first straight, this thing's going to blow over for sure. But he just seems to drive it so well, and it sits perfect. I mean, less friction, more speed is the answer in outboard boats, isn't it? So the less boat you can have in the water at any time, the faster you're going to go.
It is, mate. It is. And, of course, they dialed it back in, so maybe they dial it back out again today with less wind. Yesterday afternoon it was pretty windy, but Tyler's out of lane number 2. The flag is down, ladies and gentlemen, and we've got out of control Deegan Phillip in lane 1, Tyler Scott in Aquasonic lane 2, as we said, and Aquaholic with Joshua Bird on probation. And Joshua looks a little bit more racy today, Bisho.
Yeah, he does a little bit, mate. He is, as you said, probationary, so he has to start on the outside, and he's still obviously getting used to this little boat, but down through turn number 1 in the South Australian, Deegan Phelps will take the lead quite nicely as they exit turn number 1. Tyler Scott there having a good run, and it's going to be a good little battle. Looks like, is it Deegan? It is Deegan. Doing a nice job, mate. He'll be hard to beat from pole position here. Yeah,
pole 1's good, but we saw yesterday Tyler just continue, and he had good corner speed, Tyler. He really just tipped it in, not much backing off as they head down here now. So he out of control in pole number 1, exiting in pole number 1, doing really well. As I said, Joshua Bird on the outside in Aquaholic. He's currently running probation, and here we see Tyler Scott really floating the boat beautifully, Bishop.
Yeah, and he's run out wide, so he's looking to attack these corners with a wide line and maintain that momentum, isn't he? So he's going to run that wide line as he comes in, although he's gone from... Oh, yeah, he just hooked it up a little bit there, mate. I could see what he was trying to do, but he came into pole 16 and wanted to be on pole 3. I'm not sure.
Which gave him inside the lane altogether.
Not sure
he knew what he was doing in his head, but it wasn't quite computing in the steering wheel and the old outboard engine behind him. But anyway, he's having a crack, mate. That's the main thing out there, and that's given Deegan Phillip a nice little lead out in front in the outer control. As I said, Joshua Bird leading up the back of the field with the Aquaholic in his probationary period, and he has got definitely more speed on him today and more confidence in the boat.
Yep.
He's keeping up a lot better than he was yesterday. So great work from Joshua, and he is graduating out of the juniors into the bigger classes, so great to see him out there.
Interesting to watch Joshua coming down the straight here as you see Scott run a bit wider. You see Josh just dropping into his wash and then even going to the inside of his wash here. So he's running quite a different line to what Tyler Scott wants to run into that corner, and he's running in there on pole 1 and trying to hug the pins, whereas Tyler's running that wide line.
Well, mate, yellow flag is one out at the moment, so we'll see Deegan Phillip see the checkered flag as he comes down here for the final time in our front straight away. I'm going to have to love you and leave you, Bishop. I'm just going to go and have put my race suit on and go and have a pedal. I'll be back shortly.
Good luck, Mr. Cunningham in the Melton Toyota 86 as Deegan Phelps from South Australia takes the win in the 25s. Good run from him. Deegan Phelps, second place will be Tyler Scott. And rounding out the field will be Joshy Bird as he just walks that boat across the crosswash there from the other boats and does a good job. So always great racing from our 25 horsepower category. That particular vote and that particular race was the KLG Class Cup, and is sponsored by Cody Whelan Electrical Contractors. So a big shout out to Cody Whelan and his team there. You need electrical contractors in the area, they're the men to come and see. So day race from 25s, next race on the card will be our 105s, and then after that we'll see our Oz Lights, and then to Melton Gold Cup heats. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back with more racing in just a moment. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we've got our 105 category boats out on the water. A little bit of inboard versus outboard action. I always enjoy that. Okay, here we go. So nice little lineup of 105 category boats, and we've thrown the cat amongst the pigeons with Andrew Chili Chilvers. All the rest of his unlimited outboard friends have ended up not running today. So Chili's stepped into the 105 mile an hour category. He won the last race and banged the number on the money at 105 miles an hour on the nose. So a great effort from him as they fired out the first straight. Timothy Mullins on the outside of Stevie Rumble, who's on pole, and on the outside so down the back chute now, Mullins has found a little bit here as they fire up into turn number 2 for the first time. Jimmy Mullins really working very, very beautifully here. He had a bit of a problem with the boat in the previous race. So he wasn't too happy. He was down on top speed. So now Chilvers has really got his work cut out for him as Rumble tries to get that boat turned in. Up the back chute we go. And Chilvers now just using that cornering ability of the tunnel boat there to try and make up the ground. He won't have any top end over Mullins, but here you go. Andrew Chili Chilvers pokes his nose into the lead now. Mullins coming back at him nice and hard. Chilvers should be able to get around the corner here a little bit quicker and make a little bit of a break. Mullins has a bit of a pop and a hop. And a good battle going on out the back door as well. With Endgame there. Oh, up through the top turn, absolutely gunnel to gunnel. Checkered flag comes out, and Chilvers takes the win in the Middies Racing. And another drag race for second and third. It's going to be Endgame over the top of Cut Cat Racing. So good racing there from the 105 category. And the next race on the card will be our 1.6 litre hydroplanes, and I'll run you through the poles for our Melton Gold Cup. So, where are you? There you are. All right, so heat number 1, listen up folks. Heat number 1, pole 1 will be Reckless. Heat 1, pole 2, Impulse. Heat 1, pole 3, Destiny. Heat 1, pole 4, Shenanigans. And Heat 1, pole 5, Chevy Chase. Heat 2, pole 1, B&R Engines. Heat 2, pole 2, Explicit. Heat 2, pole 3, Wild Child. Heat 2, pole 4, Rastus. And Heat 2, pole 5, Fury. Heat number 3. Heat 3, pole 1, Turn It Up. Heat 3, pole 2, Have a Go. Heat 3, pole 3, Chasing Cash. Heat 3, pole 4, Rattler. Heat 3, pole 5, Titan. Heat 4 will be pole 1, Immortal. Heat 4, pole 2, Rooters. Heat 4, pole 3, Always Pumping. Heat 4, pole 4, Bad Influence. And Heat 4, pole 5, Image. That is how your Melton Gold Cup heats will line up, ladies and gentlemen, and it is going to be absolutely epic. Coming up after our 1.6 litre hydroplanes, which are coming out on the course now. We'll get them loaded up, we'll take a short break, and we will be back with plenty more action here at the Melton Championship here for 2024. Welcome back to the 2024 Melton Gold Cup and National Drivers' Championship here at Exford Weir, Melton, Victoria, Australia, and we're sending our 1.6 litre Oz Light hydroplanes out onto the course. Boats we have are the S15, Ryan Dewey Nichols, the HBR2, Oscar Stevenson, Grant Harrison, Toyota 100, the Twister with Brad Hollands, and the Melton Toyota 86. And I had a chat with Grant Harrison after he got beaten in the previous race, and he was not happy. And good racing between him and Brad Hollands. Brad's here to beat Grant, make no mistake about that. And they are going to be absolutely epic racing. Loose is fast, Bob, you know that. We all know that. Loose is fast. So 1.6 litre Oz Light hydroplanes. This race sponsored by Western Industrial Plumbing. So thanks to the team at Western Industrial Plumbing. This category is just growing, and we've got quite a few boats in the 1.6s that aren't here this weekend as well. We've got about 11 boats in total at the moment running in this class. So it's just really growing in stature, and it's really becoming a really red-hot category. And for a couple of seasons, the Harrison boys got pretty serious and built two very serious boats. And obviously with Paul Cunningham driving the 86 and Grant Harrison driving the 100, they've been absolutely unbeatable. But Brad Hollands and the Holly boys, who are absolutely no strangers to racing hydroplanes, have decided that enough's enough. They've imported boats, and Brad has just had his first win over Harrow in the previous race, and I reckon this is going to be the start of a few seasons of absolute sponson racing in this category, because Bradley Hollands has got the bit between his teeth. He's got the boat that's capable of doing it. Harrison hates getting beaten. He's got the equipment to do it as well. And they're both very, very accomplished and qualified hydroplane drivers. So there's going to be a great category that you need to start following if you haven't been already, because these boys are really, really hard at it. And the racing is high quality. Entry-level class, of course, well, supposedly, but a lot of money being invested into these boats now. And they run the 4AGE twin cam 4-cylinder 1 Toyota engine. They're a very, very reliable little engine, very tough. They run them up to around about 7,600 RPM. Most of them are running Weber carburettors, 45mm Weber carburettors on them. And they're quite a good, very good little boat. So great racing from these guys. And I'm getting fed, but I can't eat till the end of this race. Thanks, guys. All righty. Here we go. So boats lining up now. Dewey Nichols, Ryan Dewey Nichols. He hails out of Lake Boga, lives on the lake up there near Swan Hill. For those of you that don't know it, Google. It's a beautiful spot. Certainly a great spot to go water skiing. Also the home of the Catalinas. It's a great Catalina museum there. Anyway, I'll give you more of a history lesson on Lake Boga in a moment, because we are racing. The throttles go down, the butterflies open on the Weber carburettors, and it's a hard charge. And have a look at Harrow. He's loosened that boat right up as he comes down into turn number 1. He is definitely running that boat a lot looser and a lot freer than he has been. And Brad Hollands pulls up alongside him. He's got a little bit of acceleration there on Harrison. As the two lead boats make their way, Oscar Stevenson into third place. Dewey Nichols into fourth, and Paul Cunningham rounding out the field here at the moment as we go up into the top turn. This is epic. Have a look. Brad Hollands running that wide line, just trying to keep the choked up in the sponsons of that boat and trying to maintain some pace and some momentum on the... I tell you what, dancing from sponsor to sponsor. Hollands is throwing absolutely everything at it here. That boat really stood up. Be careful, you won't want to have a blowover. Battle continues on. Third place is Oscar Stevenson, doing very nicely. Paul Cunningham's worked his way up into fourth spot. Dewey Nichols rounding out the field. Up to the top turn, Harrison with that pole position at the moment, using it all to his advantage. Will Hollands have a little bit of a cheeky look up the inside, or will he try and get around the outside? Harrison did a number on him yesterday, going up the inside from the exact same position. Just depends on whether Harrison leaves the door open. It would be very unlikely. Yellow flags out, 1 lap to go. Oh, there you go. Brad Hollands has put up the inside, but he's come off the plane. He's lost momentum. And he'll be absolutely spinning chips in the cockpit of that boat. Trying to do a harrow, but he just couldn't quite get it done. As he runs up the inside now, I don't think he's going to have enough. As they fire down the front straight away. Grant Harrison, great drive. Brad Hollands tried everything, but he couldn't quite get there. Well done, Grant. Well done, Brad. Fantastic racing between these two boys again. And a drag race to the line. Paul Cunningham just gets in over the top of Oscar Stevenson. So Oscar's let Cunningham up the inside in that one. And Dewey Nichols gives us a big wave as he comes through. Good on you, Dewey. So great racing from our 1.6, ladies and gentlemen. The next race on the card is heat number 1 of the Melton Gold Cup for 2024. Boats we're looking for are Reckless, Impulse, Destiny, Shenanigans and Chevy Chase. This is going to be a cracker. I'm going to get a little bit of lunch into my body and we will be a moment. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Melbourne Gold Cup, heat number 1. The boats we have on the course are Reckless, Impulse, Destiny, Shenanigans and Chevy Chase. Heat number 1, in fact all heats, sponsored by the Melbourne City Council. A massive shout out to our city councillors who will be here this weekend. Hopefully the mayor's rolled in. I always enjoy catching up with the mayor. And the council, in fact, the entire community get right behind this race meeting. It's absolutely fantastic to have everybody on board and getting behind the race meeting, and particularly the local businesses and local people getting behind the local race and making it happen. And this is one of the biggest race meetings in Australia, there's no doubt about that, and one of the best viewing venues you'll ever go to anywhere on the planet. Spectator areas up quite high, so if you're at home watching on the live stream and enjoying it, watching on TV is one thing, but feeling the noise coming through your chest from these blown boats is a totally different arrangement as well. So highly recommend that you make your plans to get to a Melbourne Gold Cup, whatever's being run at the particular weekend, like the National Drivers' Championship, which we hope will be going on well into the future with the 7-mate coverage as well. And, of course, all the other categories that run and, 6-litre races like the Jack Kavanagh being run here this weekend as well. So if you can, put it in your diary for next year, get down to the Melbourne Gold Cup. We're actually 2 weeks after what we normally are. I'm not sure why. I don't know if anyone knows why. Why is that, Owen? We're 2 weeks later than what we normally are. Normally the week before the Southern 80. Because of the championship, the bad championship, to get a little bit of separation. There you go. That makes sense. For those of you wondering like I was, that's the reason. So, of course, had a fantastic bad boat championship as well. And the winner of that, Tate Ramsey, running this weekend, and he's on pole in this particular heat. So he is Australia number 1 at the moment. Won the Australian Bad Boat Championships over 2 rounds at Windsor and Berry. Running mid-pack at the moment in the National Drivers' Championship, and now he wants to try and get himself a Melbourne Gold Cup at his own venue, his own race site, his own club. What can he do? Good field of boats as the flag drops and we're away. The throttles open up on the blowers and the little turbocharged Ford Barra engine as they fire down into turn number 1 for the first time. Brett Hendry on the inside, so we'll obviously have a little bit of a change in the program there. As we fire up the back straight away. And we all go right up into turn number 2. But on the inside pole, but it's split on the outside. So this is in fact folks heat number 2. Heat number 1 has been pushed back. So it's split and Chris Hearn goes out, takes the lead. That's the BNR. The Wild Gold and the 6-litre boat, the Rastus with Steve Rowrity. Up to the top. Oh, wild ride there for Nidri, and it looks like the has stopped. Yellow flag comes out. Nidri now pushing hard. Out in front now. Darren Robinson's now trying to hunt him down. The Rastus moved up into 3rd place. What a shame for Nick Whitson and Chris Hearn sitting dead in the water on the exit of turn number 2. As Brett Nidri, can he take his first win in this newly put together blown alcohol displacement? It looks like he will. They run hard down to the line. Robinson comes at him, but Nidri takes the win. Great race there for Brett Nidri. So Steve Rarity in the Rastus machine into 3rd place. And unfortunately Chris Hearn, who's been so epically fast, and I can see a little bit of smoke or steam coming out of that boat. So hopefully nothing on fire in there and hopefully nothing terminal. But that is going to put paid to Chris Hearns. He is waving. All right, we may have fire on this boat. We have fire on this boat. We need the fire crews to the explicit boat straight away. There is fire on the boat. So unfortunately we do see fire. The fire crew is on their way. So quite a big fire starting to happen on this explicit machine, which is a real worry and really sad to see. Not sure if it's got an onboard fire extinguisher system, but the fire crews get there in pretty quick time, but unfortunately that fire's taking hold of that boat. So we saw this for poor old Corey Barry, his boat catching fire up in Windsor. And hopefully we see this one getting put out. The fire crews getting onto it reasonably quickly, so that's good news. So fire crews now just trying to get it put out. And such beautifully turned out, beautiful boat. And either way, that boat's going to have a lot of damage. Hopefully they can save the boat. Looks like they've put the fire out, I'm hoping. But we saw with Corey Barry that they're very, very hard to put out sometimes, these fires. And they've got a pretty serious fire boat up there firing a fair bit of stuff out at the moment. Let's hope they get put out. So absolutely devastating there for Chris Hearn in the explicit machine, the turbocharged Ford Barra engine. Obviously don't know what's gone astray in the cockpit of that boat or in the engine bay of that boat, but certainly an absolute disaster. Terrible, terrible stuff. There was a quick correction on that, sorry. So they actually swapped Heat 1 and Heat 2 around. So when they went up, I was assuming it was Heat 1 with Reckless, Impulse, Destiny, Shenanigans and Chevy Chase. So I'm just going to confirm when that Heat number 1 is going to run for you. And it looks like the fire should be out. We're really hoping so. The boat's still floating, so that's good news. And hopefully the fire crews have been able to minimise the damage to that boat. Unfortunately, poor old Corey Barry lost his boat altogether up in Windsor, but looks like the fire crews here have done a big on that boat. So I'll just get on the next heat, because they've swapped the heats around a little bit. I'll just have a chat to our officials and they're at. Hope you're enjoying all the races, ladies and gentlemen. This is the 2024 Melton Golf Cup and National Drivers' Championship. More racing in just a moment. gentlemen, the National Drivers' Championship and Melton Gold Cup. So our officials actually swapped Heat 1 and Heat 2 around. So that was Heat number 2, BNR, Explicit, Wild Child, Rastus and Fury. So now we will be running Heat number 1, which is Reckless, Impulse, Destiny, Shenanigans, and Chevy Chase. So obviously we'll get Explicit out of the water. That's going to take a few minutes just to get organised. So we'll take a short break while we get the little mess on the water cleaned up. We'll be back with Heat number 1, technically speaking, Heat number 2 now, in just a few moments. Pole in this particular heat. So he is Australia number 1 at the moment. Won the Australian Bad Boat Championships over 2 rounds at Windsor and Berry. Running mid-pack at the moment in the National Drivers' Championship, and now he wants to try and get himself a Melton Gold Cup at his own venue, his own race site, his own club. What can he do? Good field of boats as the flag drops and we're away. The throttles open up on the blowers and the little turbocharged Ford power engine as they fire down into turn number 1 for the first time. Brett Indri on the inside, so we'll obviously have a little bit of a change in the program there. As we fire up up the back straight away. And we all go right up into turn number 2. But on the inside pole, but it's split on the outside. So this is in fact folks heat number 2. Heat number 1 has been put back. So it's split and Chris Hearn goes out and takes the lead. That's the BNR. The Wild Gold and the 6-litre boat, the Rastus with Steve Rowity. Up to the oh, wild ride there for Nidri, and it looks like the has stopped. Yellow flag comes out. Nidri now pushing hard. Out in front now. Darren Robinson now trying to hunt him down. The Rastus moved up into 3rd place. What a shame for Nick Wilson and Chris Hearn sitting dead in the water on the exit of turn number 2. As Brett Nidri, can he take his first win in this newly put together blown alcohol displacement? It looks like he will. They run hard down to the line. Robinson comes at him, but Nidri takes the win. Great race there for Brett Nidri. So Steve Rarity in the Rastus machine into 3rd place. And unfortunately Chris Hearn, who's been so epically fast, and I can see a little bit of smoke or steam coming out of that boat. So hopefully no.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Just a short break here in the program while they're looking at Explicit. So very quick to action. That one, but a fantastic race indeed. Brett Nidri in that BNR engines, just holding out Darren Robinson in a little. So very good racing in that particular one. So having a look now, I think we've got Reckless with Tate Ramsey will be in lane number 1 for heat number 2. Impulse, the 6-litre, Brent on the ramp will be out of lane number 3. Shenanigans is Chris Pugsley will be out of lane number 4, and Chevy Chase Damon Thurger will be out of 5 if we've got all those starters for our next particular entrant. Here at the Melton Expo Weir, and we wish the Melton City Council get behind the Gold Cup event each and every year, and again we thank them for their ongoing support as the townships of Melton and surrounds grows year on year with fantastic facilities. Of course, today is part of our 2024 Forced Induction Championship, which is to be held over 4 rounds. The finals were run and won this morning, with Connor Patterson in Turn It Up being the winner in the final itself. We'll wait for some points scored coming through, but round 1 is here at Melton. Round 2 is Yarrawonga, which will be in conjunction with the EC Griffith Cup running there. Magnificent venue, Yarrawonga, and the Yarrawonga Tourism. And they do a fantastic event with all market stalls, rides, very family friendly. Yarrawonga Foreshore will be the place for round number 2 on the 26th and 28th of April. We then cruise across to one of our favourite venues, the Adelaide Speedboat Club. That'll be held on the 17th and 19th of May, giving all the competitors a nice little break in between the EC Griffith Cup meeting at Yarrawonga and Adelaide to get their gear all sorted. And then the final round, it takes a little while to get us to the final round, and there'll be lots of anticipation. It's the last race of the year for us, as our season goes from October to September. But it will be last round at Windsor Marine Stadium. Fantastic viewing event, very similar to here, and that will be held on our 13th and 15th of September. We thank the sponsors of the actual series, CMS. 3, 2, 1. If you're not able to get your backside trackside, we'll also be able to see this on 7 Mate. And also 7 Plus, and we'll see the highlights from our wonderful Melton weekend come up on the coming week's time. Of course, some other major sponsors. All the crews with... it's got a couple of cars out the front there, the beautiful Tundra. That's fresh to Australia. That's towing GP1, which is a Grand Prix hydroplane, which you'll see at the Yarrawonga meeting at the EC Griffith Cup. Victorian American Imports, Custom Air, Durham Transport, who are featuring today also on our boats out there in the Ramsey camp, with both Blake and Tate being sponsored by Durham Transport. We thank them very much. Brown's Plumbing, Third Phase Electrical, Performance Bodyworks, and Race Marine, to name a few. Kavanagh Auto Parts, we thank them very much. Music Maker International, CFCG Electronics, Shaber Scaffolding Group, and without their support for the event such as this, we wouldn't be able to go racing, so thank you very much to all our sponsors. For everyone at home, I hope you're enjoying Bisho's commentary, and we've got plenty more coming up. We're just waiting now for heat number 2. Can see Shenanigans is in the water and just about ready to go. So yes, they're starting to put the boats into the water now for heat number 2. Of course, they had to just clear the ramp with Explicit, making sure everything was fine. Can see Destiny also on the ramps at the moment, so we're not far away indeed. And I'm going to interview one of our legends here coming through, our up-and-coming legend, Tyler. Tyler Scott, mate. How are you? 25 horsepower, brand new boat, and you're doing a bit of experimental with the cover coming out of the top of your head. How's the boat feeling?
Yeah, pretty good. Just trying to get it trimmed right and get the boat sitting right since the new setup.
And, mate, your first outing at Glen Mag, you went charging into the wind. It got a little bit loose on you. And then yesterday, your dad was up here. You wanted to trim it back in going into the breeze. But the boat looks really, really well balanced at the moment.
Yeah, feels good. I don't know what else to say, really.
Yeah, and you went from about pole 16 to almost hooked it inside the buoy in that last race, trying to chase down the bloke in front of you. Any tactics that you want to let the crowd know about?
No, I don't got any. Just try to stay in a straight line.
Man, a few words, but he's driving it well, and congratulations, mate. And I'm sure, from your point of view, coming through the juniors, now into the 25 horsepower, you're looking out at the water today. Your old man drives hydroplanes and big ones at that in the unlimited class. He's driven Aussie Connection, and he's got a 6-litre, and he's got plenty of experience behind the wheel of a hydroplane. Where do you want to be in your life as a driver?
Hopefully in Dad's boat soon. But he has to fix it first.
Well, he breaks it all the time he goes out, and that's a problem, isn't it, mate? So at least he's at least when he's the driver, he's also the fixer-upper, because he's very handy behind the epoxy, and so are you. So I heard you put a lot of effort into the cut racing, and you helped out with a lot with the cell for Stephen Rumble.
Yeah, helped when I could, but yeah.
All right, mate. Well, you go and find some words, and we'll we'll come back to you. But, up and comers, moving from the juniors, as we said, there's he's doing well, mate. Doing well. There's 9 juniors out this weekend, and then you graduate through the classes. Some go to 25, some go straight to 6-litre, and some just go straight to bad boats. There you go. Well, I just found out that Tyler's junior boat was Connor Patterson's junior boat as well, when Connor just won the round of the Australian Drivers' Championship this weekend. I think you won it on points too, have you? We haven't seen those. Yeah, he shakes the head. He's a big smile. He says, "You beauty." Yes, so 3. So he's done well. He's won the day and the final, and also the points. Some chocky cake for my crew's birthday. Happy birthday, Glenn Terra Harrison. Hope you enjoy your day. It was good to see you pull my gearbox apart in between heats and sweating it out on his birthday. So happy birthday to Big Terra. He's working away, and he worked away all day Friday on the tractors. Got to keep the weight down to these 1.6s, ladies and gentlemen. They're hard to do, but Bisho never says no to a cake, that's for certain. So we're not far away. I can see Damon Thurger there in the Chevy Chase. He's on the ramps as well. I can also see Tate Ramsey with Reckless. So heat number 2 will be coming up very, very shortly. Combination here of 6 litres, blown boats. And I'm not sure if we've got a turbo in this one, but I don't think we do. So we'll wait for the next heat to come through for that one. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm just going to stop Darren Robinson from just walking past me in Wild Child. Mate, that was a magnificent heat, really close there with Brett Nidry and a few others. Your thoughts on the race?
Yeah, it was a pretty tough race. I went, another 50 metres on this track. We had lots of legs in the boat, just couldn't get around the corners fast enough. So, interesting finish, but anyway, we'll see whether we make the final or not, but we would have raced fast race time anyway, so we should get there, I hope.
Yeah, mate, you're charging hard. I think one more lap maybe on a short little track here. Your thoughts, mate, on the crowd and the track? You're obviously enjoying it. It hasn't been your best weekend so far, but I think you're starting to come into it. And I think if you make the final, which you'll be pretty close to that time, I reckon you'll be going all right.
Yeah, well, we've had a shocking start to the weekend, and Friday was atrocious. Didn't even get on the water, and managed to get the boat going late last night, pretty quick. So it's we're probably a day behind, but if we make the final tonight, we'll see what happens.
All right, mate. Good luck. I'll let you keep going and keep working on it, and good luck, and hopefully you make the final. It was pretty quick.
Yeah, good job there, PC. We're just sending the boats up into the milling area there. Darren Robinson, mate, one of the nice guys of Blowing Boat Racing, isn't he?
He is, mate. That team works extremely hard, and they do a lot of travel too. They go down to Tasmania and everything every year. So
yeah, he does. Yeah.
It's good to see. They've been chasing that boat all weekend, as Darren just alluded to then. And by the look at that last race, they finally got it there. And I think he got pipped by Brett by about half a boat length, maybe a boat length max. And it'll be a pretty good time. Just for everybody up on the bank too, it's not first across the line makes it to the final. It is actually done on race time. So if you're miles out in front, you got to keep that foot right to the floor to make sure that you can get a good enough time. Times around the track, if you are counting them, it's about race time's about 1:32. Could be a little bit under that, could be a little bit over that, depending upon water conditions. So
we were seeing 30-second laps, when we 29, 28-second laps out of the hot laps yesterday. Friday.
Yep, they're not different too much in the race, just a bit of rougher water, so gives you a bit of an idea. I know Craig Bailey just put a time on that last race. It was 1:34 or something similar to that. So, and that was with all the boats out there having a crack, red hot crack, and so yeah, it's perfect conditions. Bisho, you couldn't get any better. Sunday afternoon in Melton, Expert Weir, what a place to be.
Well, PC, big happy birthday to Terry, your crew chief, mate, the great man. What's Terry's real name?
Glenn Harrison.
Glenn. 1 N or 2?
Oh, he's got the 2.
He's got the 2, of course, the American spelling. My middle name's Glenn, but I'm only 1 N because we couldn't afford the ink.
I only found out his name a couple of years ago, mate. I didn't actually know what his real name was.
I think I did know, but I've forgotten. But never called him Glenn ever. Hey, happy birthday, Sarah. 51 today, mate. So, and I just had some chocolate cake too. So thank you, team Melton Toyota 86-100. It's a mega team, isn't it? GP1. Team Harrison, we'll call it.
Yep, Team Harrison. We've got a few of us. I haven't got the poles. You got them there, Bishop?
We have, mate, right in front of you there. Would you like to run through them?
All right,
So we're in heat 1
now.
Reckless. So what happened? We did a little swap around.
I thought we did.
We ran heat number 2 first, which confused me, but now we're into heat number 1.
Oh, we're not the smartest up here. It's very easy to confuse us, isn't it? All right, mate, we've got him coming. Reckless will be out of 1, Impulse out of 2, Destiny out of 3, Shenanigans 4, and Chevy Chase with Damon Thurger on the very outside for this one. We had a couple of false starts yesterday, a couple of very aggressive drivers coming up the start line, but Bisho, this one looks like the absolute ideal lineup now. As we see Tate Ramsey and Reckless on the inside. The flag will be down any second now. And racing we go, ladies and gentlemen. Here, Tate Ramsey in the Reckless gets a really good flyer. Oh, David Thurger controls Destiny. The two brothers go in. 2-6. It's around the inside of Destiny. But up the back straight now. Tate Ramsey in the Reckless is going to drop. It is Blake Ramsey in Destiny on the second position. Third position, it's very close between Damon Thurgan now and Impulse. Up the back is a shocker at the moment for Pugsley, but here comes Reckless.
So Tate Ramsey now in Reckless with a good race over in front of Blake Ramsey. Then it's a 6-litre boat. Impulse just managing to stay on the inside here of the Chevy Chase and Damon Thurgan. And unfortunately for Chris Pugsley at the moment, here's the back door in the Shenanigans. He will not be happy with that at all. He started out of lane 4, but Chris Pugsley, mate, surprising. He's not further up the order here at the moment.
Yeah, he's struggling at the back of the field. It's a quick run here indeed. And across the line now, Reckless, Tate Ramsey. Oh, it's a drag race here for second and third. Blake Ramsey gets it. Over Impulse. Chevy Chase. Up the back straight now they go. 1 lap to go. It is still all Reckless as they head up the back straight. A good race now. position. Blake Ramsey just trying to squeeze Impulse on the inside. Bisho, it's going to be a drag race for second and third. Oh, he's run wide.
Tate Ramsey takes the win. Number one of the Melbourne Gold Cup. Great run from him. But what a run from the little 6-litre boat. The Impulse comes to win the second place with Brendan Mason. Third place will be Blake Ramsey in the Destiny's. Fourth place will be Damon Thurger in the Chevy Chase. And out the back of the field, unfortunately, will be the shenanigans with Chris Pugsley. That's a real shame for Chris. Obviously had a problem at the start, I would say.
Yeah, mate, I didn't actually see what went wrong out there for Chris. He just sort of saw him drift back through the field. There was so much action at the front of the field indeed. I think you pipped Blake Ramsey in the Destiny, so 6 lead coming into second position, which does happen here at this particular venue. What a good race, however, for Tate Ramsey in the Reckless Machine. Had awful trouble on Friday morning, and also just early Saturday it was an ECU problem. Boat has been running immaculately across the country, including winning the both the Windsor and Berry Blown Boat Spectaculars on points. But ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the local Tate Ramsey in the Reckless Machine. What a drive. That was a fantastic run. That was a really quick time indeed as well. Haven't got one from the officials, but you just tell out on track it was fast. Third place would have gone to his brother in Destiny. Blake comes across the line. He lost a lot of ground in that last turn up the top end there. Bisho went wide.
Yeah, he did jump. What a drive from Mason, though, mate, in the 6-litre boat. The Impulsive, absolutely stunning drive from him on the inside. Chris Pugsley won't be happy with that. Damon Thurger had a huge shine walk down the first straightaway, and better him than me is all I can say about that, Paul Cunningham.
Mate, he must have one left, one side left than the other or something, because he must have to lean over to correct it. It must be hard to drive. I'll have to bring him down and ask him, because but it is a different style of boat to what we also see. So for us, it might be that we see something different from what he does. But wow,
the V-bottom boat, PC, and of course they do want to get up and rock on their keel a little bit. That boat would have more horsepower and more speed than it's ever had in its life before. So, you know, they're working on developing it and getting it right. But it's a very good boat this morning, PC. The V-bottom hull obviously hooks the water up and grabs on and really goes around nice and tight. So, you know, he's probably having a win in the corners, but he's paying for it down the straights in that boat.
Yeah, and of course his old man used to drive Bob Thurger, and what a legend he was too. So.
Absolutely. And you know, Bob, if he was around, he would be the first to admit that he would have had nothing like the horsepower that Damon's got now. In fact, I'm not sure who their engine builder is, but that thing is epic. It's got so much power, it's so fast, and it's reliable, mate. He'll do well in the National Drivers' Championship through sheer reliability as well.
Yeah, we made the final today, and probably if you know, no offence to anybody out there, but if you put the charts up at the start of the day and said pole number 5 for Damon Thurger in the final, it's maybe you'd get a fair few dollars back.
Eyebrow.
Yeah, and a raised eyebrow, and a few dollars back on it too if you put $2 or $3 on him.
Gee, we should have done that. Why didn't I think of that?
Oh, no, there should be.
Oh, mate, that was heat number 1, which ran in place of heat number 2. So we've done 2 heats. Heat number 3 is coming your way, folks. We're looking for Turn It Up, Connor Patterson, have a go, Craig Storner, Heath Hamilton in the chase and pack, Rattler with Les Kamada, and Dave Shackley in the Tigers. So all the blown boats plus a turbo boat, the Avago. We were waiting for it. And Rattler, the 6-litre boat, Leslie Tamata.
Got a bit of another mixed bag, and of course don't be fooled by the 6 litres as we just saw in that one, with the Impulse coming through into second position as we see Connor Patterson in Turn It Up. It's the bright yellow Evercraft just going out there now. Just a little bit of and thank you Andrew Murphy, who's just decided to stroll in about 3 inches above the ground. Girls throwing rose petals at his feet, obviously hanging around Simon Jeffrey Isherwood III and Don McClymont, who can't even get out of the VIP area, those two blokes, to come and say hello. But anyway, that's a whole nother story, discussion that we'll have down at Race Marine during the week, Andrew. But Murph was telling me that the pyrometers, so I should... I'm talking about most of the people in the crowd know what pyros are because they're all motorsport heads, but basically the sensors that measure the exhaust temperature
in the turn it up vote have been a little bit higher than what they would have liked. So they're trying to actually cool that engine down a little bit, and the way you do that is put some more fuel into it. So hopefully the turn it up machine's been running fine. They're happy with it, as is obvious the way it's been running, but kind of they're just a little bit concerned about the exhaust gas temperatures in that boat. So they've filled it up a little bit, added a little bit of fuel ratio mixture, and trying to just cool it down a little bit. So got a little bit, or have you got someone you wanted to speak to, PC? You look like you've found somebody. Excellent. PC's going to head off and see if he can find some people to interview. In the meantime, while we wait for this next heat of the Melbourne Cup, I will take a break, and PC will be back with some interviews in just a moment. Come off.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to just see if I can stop Chris Pugsley as he comes past. Not the best run in that particular race, but did win the Jack Kavanagh yesterday, 6 litre. And I'm just going to see if I can just stop him for a sec. Chris, no, it's hot out here, mate. Firstly, congratulations yesterday on the Jack Kavanagh. Is it 5 or 7, or have I miscounted?
I don't know, to be honest. I think we run 3 with Oxygen Thief and maybe 4 with the Silver Boat. So, yeah, I'd have to check the trophy, to be honest. But, yeah, we've had a very good run in that race. There's no doubt about that.
Mate, super quick in the 6 litres all day as well. And yesterday, you love coming here. What do you think of the Melton crowd and also the Melbourne Runabout Speedboat Club and the venue?
I just think, you know, to sum it up, it's just first class. The whole event, the people at the tracks, the crowd atmosphere, the track is just the way the meetings run. All I can say is it's just perfect.
Mate, good luck with the rest of the day. That was a bit of a tough heat, wasn't it? There's some sheer horsepower.
Yeah, that's right. Look, you can't match it with those blokes. Once they get in front of you to the first corner, unless you're on the inside, you're in a world of hurt. So you just got to try and hang in there and hope for the best. But wait for the next one. Thank you.
All right, mate, good luck and thanks for stopping. I am going to also grab Brett Shepherd here as he walks past, the legend himself, Brett. Thanks for joining us. A tough day at the office yesterday. The boat was absolutely flying, literally, but more importantly, it was really, really fast. But you did have an incident in the last race of the day for yourself.
Yeah, just got caught on a big roller down the track, and it's jumped the boat out of the water and landed pretty heavily on that left-hand side and fractured a bit of the boat, and was just recommended not to drive it, even though it doesn't look so bad. Even Rob and Gary from Child's Play said to just park it up.
Yeah, mate, safety first, to be fair. So, you know, you're part of the Australian Drivers' Championship in forced induction. 21 entrants for this particular event over 4 series. What's your approach to it, given it's over 4 series and just not won the event that we normally go to?
Well, over 4 series, obviously you got a chance to come back, but technically I've had three DNFs in a row, so from here it was nearly impossible. So it's a reliability thing, and obviously the good drivers and the reliable boats are going to win something like this.
Now, I do know for a fact, mate, you can put yourself as high as you want on the pedestal. Last 4 times in a row where all your blown competitors, all 21, 22 of you, you have come out on top in the hot laps in all of the last 4 events, mate.
Yeah, I did tell them they can change the format just 1 lap, and then I'll go all right. But, yeah, it's easier to drive 1 lap hard. Obviously, there's no other boats and you've got nothing else to worry about. But, obviously, there's a good technique to driving them fast. And we got a fast boat, and I'm at the moment pedalling it quite well. So, yeah, it's all about the end result. It's not about winning the hot laps, it's about winning the races.
Well, mate, commiserations on what happened yesterday, but we know the boat is super fast. The fans love you, and look forward to you at the next round at Adelaide Speedboat Club.
Yeah, no worries. Thanks, mate.
Cheers. That's Brett Shepherd, ladies and gentlemen. Unfortunately, super fastest qualifier on Friday afternoon with an unbelievable time in the 27-second bracket. As I said, he's pretty much been the fastest displacement over 4 laps, over that hot laps in the past 4 events. So super fast, but a little bit unfortunate in the reliability weeks. But for him yesterday was not the engine, but unfortunately a little crack in the hull due to some big air time. All right, ladies and gentlemen, heat number 2 on Melton Gold Cup card. This is an absolute ripper. Got the bright yellow boat Turn It Up with Connor Patterson behind the wheel. Of course, he's been victorious this morning as he took out the win in round number 1 in the final for the Horse Induction Displacement Championship round 1.
Yeah, mate, he's on fire today. He's always very, very quick, isn't he? Very approaches the game very professionally, as do all the Patterson boys. As do all the teams, to be honest. You know, mate, there's not too many shonky teams out there anymore, is there? They're all pretty professional. All their gear's pretty top quality, and you know, it's amazing for an amateur sport what people throw at it, and what a great deal they do, mate. I was mentioning to the people before that Connor Patterson, the Patterson boys, are a little bit worried about exhaust gas temperature. They think it's a little bit high, so they've given that boat a little bit more fuel to try and cool it down. So it'll be interesting to see how it goes. On the outside of him is the Avigo, the big twin turbo machine, Craig Stoner. Heath Hamilton, the outside of him in the chasing cat, Rattler with Leslie Tomato and Titan with Dave Stadley. So, this will be a good one, PC.
Yeah, mate. David Saddley's got the big wing on the back. The Titan hasn't been the fastest boat out there all weekend, but definitely been very, very consistent, and he's been actually good in the rough water as well, getting the power down. So hopefully David's looking to progress here into the final. He's had a pretty good weekend. I think he started and finished every race he's been in. Don't want to put the moz on him.
Yeah,
as we
commentator's curse, mate. Be careful.
And Chaser Cash, he'll be out of lane number 3. Craig Stoner with the lime green, if you want to call it lime green. Avigo with the twin turbo package. And the Rattler 6 litre will be in amongst it all with Les Tomato in behind the wheel. Will be just down on a horsepower a little bit to the first corner, but we saw it.
PC, I just spoke to Les, who's sitting up here on the railing, and he said, "I don't know why I'm doing this, Bisho." I said, "'Cause you're having fun, mate." He's going, "You reckon?"
Yeah, we're having fun, mate. We just saw a 6 litre come second in the last heat, it does not. Horsepower does not mean everything around this particular track, as we know. So it is about race time and racecraft. And
we've seen it so many times, haven't we? The 6 litre boats quite often are able to put the power down, all their power down, rather than, you know, the only percentage of the power that the blown boats have that they can use. So it becomes a pretty interesting dynamic when you've got more horsepower than you can use. You know, as opposed to a guy that can just mash the pedal and go, then it becomes a real balancing act for the blown boat drivers, and they don't always get it right.
No, they don't, mate. They jump around and leap, get the order 1,800 to 2,000 horsepower downs. Can sometimes they say when they're on the bank they just squeeze the throttle, but when they're racing, it's a different story.
Yeah, and it's, you know, heat at the moment too, isn't it? Like this, you know yourself, mate. Even when you're out there, the 1.6 this weekend, you said this. Comments you made in the commentary box that it's actually harder to drive than the big Grand Prix hydroplane that you won the Griffith Cup in.
Yeah, it's just that fact that it's a all composite, even though my Grand Prix hydroplane was, but being so narrow, it's so rigid, and they just linger around inside the cockpit. They bounce hard off the sponson to sponson. They flick around, so they just don't have any absorption. Whereas the Grand Prix boats generally float a little bit more, and you know,
a bit more substance behind them as well.
A little bit more substance.
Get across the bumps a bit easier.
So they all work hard. It's just for anybody up in the crowd that may not realise that these guys are sitting out there for quite a long time. There's definitely no air conditioning in these babies. They run them up pretty hot in the cockpits while they're waiting for their event to come on, and including when they finish their event, they've got to sit out there. There's a nice little breeze that comes through, so the guys leave their cockpits open. But they are very, very hot inside these boats indeed.
Yeah, they are, mate, and they don't have no air conditioning. Connor Patterson wears a cool suit, actually. I'm not sure how many of the guys actually do that. I'm sure there's some others in the field that do as well. But you can understand why, because there's really probably less ventilation than, say, in something like a V8 supercar where, you know, they've got ducts and whatnot.
There's literally none, mate, to be fair. They have a small vents in them just to keep some airflow going through. We wear masks, so you're breathing through them, but they're not always on oxygen. So, yes, it's a challenge. But beautiful field here, ladies and gentlemen. As we say, it's absolutely perfect, ideal conditions. Looks like the Titan is on the very outside. He's going to hug that bank line. That's a good start line for him. as we see now the flag will go down any second. Racing we go, ladies and gentlemen. A good start from the Avigo in pole number 2.
Oh.
Chaser Cash a little bit loose. Connor Patterson into the corner. Chaser Cash is in there. It is Connor Patterson holding a tight line.
Good effort there for Craig. Unfortunately, Pete Hamilton a little bit of a jump on the line, and that's slotted him back into third place. But Patterson up the inside. Oh, that was tight. I don't know how close they got there, PC, but that looked very, very tight indeed. Patterson a little bit wider, and Storner trying to hold it inside. But look at Hamilton here coming up the inside as well, PC.
Yeah, Chaser Cash is trying to cash in on the fact that the boys had a little tap. And they're back straight away now. They go. It is Connor Patterson doing the do. Avigo into second place. Have a look at Heating. Hamilton on the inside now. He's trying to get up the inside of Avigo. It is super tight. Avigo holds the line. So does Chaser Cash. Connor Patterson heads down the front straight away now. 1 lap to go.
Yellow out and Connor Patterson's in front, but the real battle's on here for second place at the moment. Pete Hamilton really trying hard here up the inside, trying to give it to Craig Storner. I tell you what, Pete Hamilton is a revelation at the moment. That little change of cash boat is absolutely on fire. Bring it home, PC.
Turn it up. It is still on for second and third. Connor Patterson will see the checkered flag now. Drag race. Avigo, Chaser Cash, Avigo, Pete Hamilton in Chaser Cash gets the second position. Avigo into third. What a drag race, ladies and gentlemen.
Pete Hamilton.
Oh, Rattler's coming through now into fourth position and Titan well back. But action galore in the front of the field with Chaser Cash taking second position. He goes to Titan David Sutherland crossing the line. The Gold Cup final. I reckon, Bisho, there might be a little look-see by the officials, however, on that one.
Yeah, I think you never know, mate. Pete Hamilton might even move up one spot, you never know. But I tell you what, that little Chasing Cash boat, it feels like I know the team really well. I know how hard they've been working.
Here comes Connor
Give it
Patterson.
up for Connor Patterson, ladies and gentlemen. But that little Chasing I think it's what big team here this weekend because Pete is absolutely on fire and driving an epic race. President of the Glen Maggie District Boat Club, and I tell you what, he'll be like a dog with two you-know-whats, mate. Very excited for Heath. Craig Storner, what a drive for him as well. Just couldn't get across the little Chasing Cash machine across the line, but a great drive. Storner will be pretty happy with that. It's going to be enough, I would say, to put him into the fight. That's what he's looking for. Wowee. It's just hot up, PC. We've got one heat to go.
I need to lay down, Bisho, in between the heats, I think. It's, yeah, that was pretty awesome.
Wow, Dave Satterley, mate, unfortunately couldn't get the job done there in the Titans. Good drive there from Legend Tomato, who at least one of the blown alcohol boats in his weight. That was a good effort.
He did a fantastic job. It was all happening out in front, so I'm, from everybody's point of view, I don't know if they touched it. It does not look like there's any damage to Avigo from that side, but
well, they both continued to race on hard, didn't they?
Went real hard, so there was no worries with that. So it was very, very close indeed. But of course, you've got to hold your line now. Was there squeezing? Was there pushing out? I think we'll just let the drone footage and the officer of the day make that decision.
Yeah, that's why he's on the big bucks, PC. Unlike us little minions down here.
The big bucks, and I'm sure they'll be looking at some video now. But well, hopefully nobody gets penalised because that was just dead set good racing indeed, Bisho.
Racing, mate. We might take a short break because we've got one heat to go, the fourth heat of Melton Gold Cup. The boats that we will be looking for will be Immortal Rooters, Always Pumping, Bad Influence and Image. That is going to be another absolutely stunning race. So stick around, folks. The action is just heating up here at the MRSBC for the 2024 Melton Gold Cup and National Drivers' Championship. Stick around, folks. There's more action coming your way.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, just while we're waiting, I'm going to bring on and speak to Oscar Stevens. Oscar's just joined us in the 1.6 litre class. It's the HBR sister yellow boat that's down there. And Oscar, you've graduated through Formula Futures. Just tell us firstly about Formula Futures and what age did you get into it?
So I was 13 when I first joined the Formula Future, what do you call it, class. And I was happily enough to be gifted a drive in one of the APBA boats. And then a few years later, I bought my own. Well, Mum and Dad bought it, I must say. And I raced that till I was 16, and then you get booted out. And then, lucky enough to get into a 1.6 2 years later.
So as we've seen 9 boats this weekend in the Formula Futures, and of course we've said here that you can borrow boats. So that was the way you came through, that Mum and Dad just rang up the APBA and said, hey, someone would like to come and have a paddle?
Yeah, exactly. So Stephen Scott had a lot to do with that. Lucky enough, there was a boat free and available, and other 13-year-olds.
And you've now graduated up to 1.6. Some guys go through the 25 horsepower class, but you chose to come the right way, mate, and come hydroplane racing.
Pretty much, yeah. So I've always grown up coming to the races, and hydro's always been my favourite. I spent 2 years crewing with Brad and Liam and Desperado, and Ollie gave me the opportunity to buy a boat together, and I was lucky enough to get a drive.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Melbourne Gold Cup.
Now, mate, you're having a pretty consistent weekend. You tried a 4-blade propeller yesterday, and you got a 3-blade on today. Just for the people at home and up on the bank, what's the difference between a 4-blade propeller and a 3?
So a 4-blade is going to pick the back of the boat up a bit, and you sort of drive. You feel like you're driving a bit later this afternoon. And the 3-blade is
heat number 4 is Immortal out of 1 with Mark Gauchi, and how fast was he this morning? Absolutely epic. Rooters out of 2, the 6-litre boat, always pumping the twin turbo out of 3. Bad Influence out of 4, and Image with Craig Lewis will be out of 5.
Sorry, mate, I was just interviewing Oscar there. He was filling us in on what a 3-blade propeller does on a hydroplane compared to a 4.
Yes, and I did speak to him about it before he tried it, but now you've spoken to him after. Was it better?
Yeah, look, he's probably got a little bit more acceleration. A 4-blader will pull the back of the boat up a little bit higher, so especially on a track like this, which is nice and short. His boat's probably just a tad heavier than what the Twister is in the 186. So, he found that the 4-blader worked really good. He's dropped the 3 on today. I think they moved the shaft a little bit as well to do, and sure as hell as I had trouble catching him in the last race, so it did improve him, that's for certain. I was just saying, he borrowed a boat to come through the APBA Formula Futures. We've talked about that through the APBA. Loved it so much at the age of 13, joined us, and then Mum and Dad chipped in to buy a boat for the juniors. Age 16, he's obviously they finish up at 16, and saw the bright side in life, mate, and got a hydro.
He came to the right side of the ledger, mate. So, yeah, he's a lovely kid too, Oscar. He's just a good, down-to-earth kid. He loves his racing, and he's pretty good at it too.
Mate, he's a very, very good peddler. I trust him very much out there. You know, he actually, he's very much open to learning. See him after the race, talking to people about how his race went.
Yep.
He's got a very, very big future, and I think the name Oscar Stevenson you'll be hearing for many years to come.
Certainly hope so, mate. It's a cool boat he's got too. That's been a really good boat over many years. So he should do well, and that category, we spoke about that category a little bit, but you've got around about 11 active boats running in the category at the moment, which is terrific to see as well, PC.
I believe 10 at Lake Charm, mate. So looking forward to that, if you're in pole 10, but it's a long way round.
Fantastic. Yeah, I've got my old ski racing buddy Andrew Donahue, of course, has got the Predator machine, which is the most aptly named boat in powerboat racing. But he's going very well too. That's a good boat that he's got as well.
Yeah, mate, they're all pretty good, to be fair, for the class. And Yeah, it's good fun, but not as much horsepower as we're just about to unleash here at the reservoir for this next heat.
Oh yeah, mate, it's going to be another big one. We just keep saying it. The hits just keep coming this weekend. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, mate, I was just grabbed Brett Shepherd a few minutes ago, so he's very disappointed to have missed out today, but doing the right thing, and big hit yesterday afternoon in his final race of the day, so very fast.
Yeah.
Proud of the team for being the last 4 hot laps in a row, the fastest team out there, but you've got to execute and bring out the points, but he's a bit disappointed, but he'll be back next year.
Tell you what, a lot of support for Heath Hamilton as he gets trailing up the hill. Heath Hamilton is God, ladies and gentlemen, we've decided, and chasing cash, what a little rocket ship, and just improving every race. If he keeps improving at this rate, mate, no one will be able to catch him, not even Troy Marlin.
Well, big call, Bishop. We'll write that down in the book and we'll come back to it.
I said if he keeps improving at this rate. He may have had a steep upward curve, he may plateau.
No, he'll come good, mate. He'll keep going, he'll keep going.
Okay, mate, so here we go. Good line-up of boats. A bit of a messy line-up, actually, but we'll get them around that point there. Now they look a little bit more consistent. So on pole is Immortal. Reuters is out of 2, always pumping out of 3. Bad Influence is Darryl Quinn out of 4. He's had all those electrical dramas, PC. Let's hope the boat plays the game for him. In this one, Craig Lewis in Image. Very quick 6-litre boat on the outside. He's going to have his work cut out for him. Here we go, PC.
Flag is just about, flag is down, ladies and gentlemen. Now they're cranking. Oh, a bit sideways movement from the Reuters. It is always pumping with Dennis Basala. Fastest out of the hole. Immortal Mark Gauci is on the inside. As we said, Darryl Quinn struggling. Oh, looks like Immortal's got it. Can't hang it in the corner. Come out is Gauci. Image goes from the outside. Oh, Immortal got a hose down. And Reuters avoids it beautifully, Bisho.
And someone's got some water in the system as well, PC, because one of those boats is not firing on all cylinders as it goes up into the top turn. But Immortal, I wonder whether there'll be some discussion about that with the judges.
Well, Dennis Basala now winds it down, 1 lap in. Image in the 2nd position. Bad Influence in the 3rd. He is a cut. Got it more now, trying to chase back up the ground. Arunas get it back, catching job of Mr. Gauci through the back straight. Last time round, up the back straight. It is always pumping, but his Image is chasing him down. Image has got to hold the tight line.
Yellow flag comes out, and it's the always pumping Dennis Basala. Throws the boat up on the side, but I tell you what, it's a hard charging Craig Lewis in Image. It's a 6-litre boat. I tell you what, he's well and truly capable of getting this done. As he runs in hard, he's lancing the boys there as he runs through. Beautiful corner there by Lewis. Power down here. 6-litre boat might get it done here, mate.
Yeah, looks like it, mate. He's been hugging those turn boys beautifully as Craig in the Image. Lewis is bringing it down. He will see the checkered flag. This is a big upset, ladies and gentlemen. The 6th leader all the way from Queensland. Rockets across the line. Image racing, ladies and gentlemen. Always pumping. Dennis Basala runs across the line into 2nd position. Darryl Quinn's given it up on the back straight now. I'm not sure if he's still got those electrical issues, but does get a finish, which is fantastic. Reuters and, of course, Mark Gauci is pulled out of the event up the back there.
Yeah, what a shame there. Gauci, I say that hose down, he's ended up with a whole bunch of water in the system of that boat. And it'll be interesting to see whether there's any discussion about the big hose off that he got. Not sure whether someone came in or he went out, can't tell. But the drone footage will probably help our officials with that one. But I'd say there might be a little bit of discussion between the drivers after that one. But look, was the man of the moment, the 6-litre boat Image getting the job done in heat number 4 of the Melton Gold Cup in spectacular fashion, running around on the boys, mate. Epic effort, PC.
Well, epic, mate. I was just informed by Grant Harrison and Melton Toyota that the Image boys were actually up till 3 o'clock this morning with gearbox issues. They finally sorted what they thought was right, and, mate, it's just come through. Wow. So they were up 3 in the morning up at Melton Toyota in the workshop trying to get that gearbox right, and haven't they ever done a great job?
What an awesome effort. I tell you what, to jump in the boat, PC, after being up to 3 a.m. and then driving it like that, that's a stellar effort. Well done, Craig Lewis. Mark Gauci won't be happy, I don't
know. No, he's a bit disappointed with that one indeed. Dennis Basala, he probably never saw the image creeping up on him like that was a pretty good run. And, well, Ridis just had no chance. Mark Gauci just not sure what happened in the back straight first lap, but there was a bit of an almost coming together there. So
yeah, it was a little bit weird. I couldn't really tell what happened there. But then we saw all the spray coming off the screen of the Immortal boat, and he seemed to be in the wash of the bad influence. So not sure what happened there, PC. But I tell you what, it never fails to please, does it? The Melton Gold Cup. That was heat number 4, mate. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back with more racing real soon, and then not too many races to go, and it'll be the Melton Gold Cup for 2024.
can't he? Ladies and gentlemen, just walking up now is Daryl Quinn from the Bad Influence. Daryl, mate, I'm sorry you haven't had the best weekend, have you?
No, certainly not. You know, we come here with reasonable expectations. It's always been very kind to us here, but it's just all gone downhill from drawing pole 13 in the hot lap shootout. So obviously the devil's number got to me. But look, we battled away. We didn't give up, but we ran out of points boxes and we put a coil pack onto it. We just couldn't provide the spark for the boat to go down the chute. So, look, there's not much more I can do than just keep sliding away and do what we can and don't give up. And the boat's still going up and down, so that's the best thing about it.
Mate, while she's still running, you've got to be happy with it. You got a bit of a hose down yesterday. Was that any part of it with water and electricals or anything like that?
No, the water didn't play any part in any of the points boxes or any electrical components failing on me. I just think there's a loose wire somewhere and it's actually torched inside the magneto cap as well. So it's like it's cross-firing, but we double-checked everything there. So look, honestly, I'm at loss for it now. So, I'll think about things a little bit later and generally I come across with a clearer head later and we'll work it out though.
And from your point of view, one of 21 drivers and boats entered into this Australian enforced induction series over 4 rounds. It's got to be great for the sport.
Oh, well, look, obviously, there was something similar tried in 2013, 2014, the Blown Lights, and, and there's 3 of us here that are part of that initial series, and Mark Gauchi and Brent Lewis were part of those crews. Actually, Dave Sadlerly, there's 4 of us, and we're still going, you know what I mean? But it was a great concept, and this concept will just take it into the next league again.
Well, mate, we appreciate the Bad Influence team making it all the way to Melton. I know you've had some great victories here, so commiserations on the weekend. But on behalf of the crowd and everybody at home, thanks, mate, for the team. Keep on trying. We do appreciate it.
Yeah, look, we'll be back next year. We'll try and add number 4 to it. 3 wins for the Gold Cup is, a nice little achievement over a 10-year period. So we'll leave it at that.
Mate, ladies and gentlemen, 3-time Gold Cup winner. Not to be this year, but thank you very much, Daryl Quinn, for making the journey, and we love you, mate. Cheers.
Always good to hear from Quinny there, mate, and we've got our juniors racing. They're just completing their first lap just while you were up there chatting with Daryl. And it looks like the Spitfire, Jack Williamson, is leading this one. He hasn't had a win this weekend, so let's hope he can hold on and try and take this one. Oh, we got a spin on the... Oh, it was a hook. We won't say it was a spin, but it was definitely a hook. Just trying to pick up. It's one of the blue boats. Might have been the Bud Light with Harry, or it...
The Bud Light's out, mate. He got towed back after that earlier incident, so
yeah,
unfortunately
right.
there's a little bit of damage. So it's leaving out in front at the moment now.
So it's Williamson, Riley Bride. Then it's the B&R.
Ella's right in there, mate.
And then you got Bailey Canara on the inside. You got Chase Hamilton. And look at Josh Taranto. Cheeky look up the inside. He's the fastest boat in the field, but he's out the back at the moment. They must have handicapped him a little bit, I think.
Yeah, mate, I'm not sure. I did miss the start because I was talking to Daryl, but of course he was the winner on our last race, and he's running out the back of the field at the moment. It's a good race out in front indeed, as the wind is chopping up a little bit more at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely right. So Jack Williamson doing a great job there in the Spitfire. He runs too wide, PC. No, I'm not happy with that. He's run too wide there.
All right, mate, we'll have to go and give him some coaching notes. Bishop will be down there straight after the event to give some coaching notes.
Good on you, mate. You do it because you're a respected boat driver, unlike me that's just a commentator. So, yellow flag, so 1 lap to go for Jack. Now you've got the hard-charging Riley Bride on the inside of him, and he'll look to his inside and go, wow, how did that happen? Riley Bride says, thanks very much. Back door was open. I'm up there like a rat up a drain pipe. Alan Idri running into 3rd place. Then it's Bailey Canara back to Chase Hamilton, or Chase Hamilton to Bailey Canara, depending on which angle you're looking at it. And Joshy Taranto rounding out the field around the outside. So up through the top turn we go, and Riley Bride in the back tag.
Wide turn out there, Bichet. You're not going to be happy with that one.
No, he's losing too much ground, PC. I'm not happy with that at all. He could have won that one, but Riley Bride saw the written invitation, accepted it, and took the win. So Riley Bride takes the win.
Yeah, the crowd are going ballistic behind us too. Well done. Bit of girl power, mate.
Girl power, yep. She's a jet now, Riley. She's from the Victorian Speedboat Club.
And Ella comes in third place. Well done, Ella Nidri in the
More
B&R Junior. More, yes.
Ella, then Joshy Tarano. He did finally manage to get up over Bailey Canara and Chase Hamilton. So good racing there from our juniors, PC. And we've lost a couple along the way today, but we've seen some great racing from the kids, haven't we?
No, it's been fantastic. As we said, you know, come down and see the OPBA if you want to get your kids involved. That's how Oscar Stevens got into it. He borrowed a boat from the OPBA and off he went racing. And here he is today in his 1.6 and with a big career ahead of him in powerboat racing as he chooses to do.
Okay, so next race on the card, ladies and gentlemen, 6 litre displacement. Clyde Lewis. No. Yes. Clyde Lewis final. We had Jack Kavanagh yesterday. I was getting my Kavanaghs and my Lewises confused.
Clyde Lewis final. I think we've got, have we? Yep.
Yeah, mate.
We might have 25s beforehand and a 95.
We do.
But they'll be getting the boats in. Oh, congratulations, kids, as they're coming past their last race of the day. Give them a round of applause. The fat chance there. We've got plenty of, well done, Alan Nidri there in the B&Rs. So the prime as they come through. So, ladies and gentlemen, give the kids a good rap. They do a good job out there. It is our future, and the future's looking very, very bright indeed.
100% it is, mate. So you're right. We've got 95 mile an hour coming in. Troy Cameron, Mick McCarty, Jason Jones, Stevie Rumble, and Rod Williamson in their boats. Ranger, Hombre, Bad Temper, Cut Cat, and Frenzy. We will take a short break, and we will be back with 95 mile an hour racing in just a moment.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we do have the Gold Cup final in. Just having a look at what we've got here on our piece of paper that's just been handed to us by our tower. Reckless will be out of pole number 1 with a 1:27.9. Chasing Cash will be out of pole number 2 with a 1:32.4. Abigo will be out of lane number 3, Bisho, with a 1:32.6. Impulse, our only 6 litre in the final, will be running out of pole. Oh, sorry, Destiny. I missed Destiny. I got excited, Bisho.
Blake, you'll crack it.
Blake won't be happy with me again.
No.
He wasn't happy with me last year either. And 1:34 flat. Then we have Impulse coming out of lane number 5, the 6 litre, 134 flat as well. And Turn It Up is going to be our last competitor out of lane number 6. Now, of course, Connor did win his heat.
Yes.
However, a small penalty has been applied through the discretion of the Tower Saloon. Move him from 6th position in this particular race.
We don't know the penalty, so we don't know where he would have started, PC, but he's starting on the outside. Look, he won't be devoed about that. I think if he gets a nice run down into turn number 1 and maintains a bit of momentum through turn 1, you get a good run down the back straight, he can move across a couple of lanes and try and start to apply some heat. But unfortunately for all of them, one of the fastest flying boats in the country at the moment is on pole 1, and one of the smoothest drivers in Tate Ramsey's record. So he's going to be tough to beat from that pole position.
Yeah, no, he's real going to be quick. Of course, the 2 Ramsey boys out there in 1 and 4, with Destiny being the second of the Ramsey boats out there this weekend. Your man Chasing Cash, I reckon you're on the Heath Hamilton bandwagon this weekend, mate.
I've been on it for years, but I'm really on it now.
So that'll be coming up. We do have the Clyde Lewis final first, but we've got a couple of class races before that. I think we've got a 95 mile an hour coming up with Ringer, Hombre, Bad Temper, Cut Cat Racing, and Frenzy will be on the outside line. If I look out onto the water, there's most of the competitors are actually already out there, Bisho, so should only be a couple of moments away from the next race on the cards.
Should be good. 95 coming up, and then this afternoon the final of the Melton. With my basic injury.
All right, Bisho, we're up to 95 again, are we? I think this time round. Only 1 or 2 races away from the Clyde Lewis final. Then a couple more support classes, and then we'll be into the Melton Gold Cup, mate. So some exciting times.
Yes, mate, boats we've got heading out there are the Ranger, Troy Cameron. Good to see Troy back out in the boat after that huge crash that he had at Yarrawonga.
Mate, that was unbelievably big crash. I don't know if anybody's seen the footage of it, but
oh, man.
I'd be a little bit nervous getting back in it for the next time round. But
no, he's hard as nails. He's dead. He's one of those wiry, skinny blokes that you can't hurt him. They threw the dashboard would have hit him in the head at about 100 miles an hour and didn't bother him. So tough as nails, Troy Cameron. But he's in the Ranger. I'm not sure who the owner of the boat is. I don't think it's Troy's. I think he's driving for someone.
Yeah, not sure,
so we'll
mate.
Find out on that one for you. Even if someone from the crew wants to come up and give us the guff and the lowdown on the story behind the Ranger boat. I think it still needs a little bit of setup, PC, because you can see it's really porpoising down the straights, that boat. So they need to just get the cavitation plate system a little bit sorted a bit better in that boat. But he's on pole, so that's not going to hurt him.
That's all 95 miles an hour. We've got
Mick McCarty, mate, out of 2.
Humbre's out of 2 and Mick, he's been having a
getting late on a Sunday, mate. We've done a lot of talking for 3 days.
Just swallowing. Yeah, mate. He's had a pretty good weekend in the Hombre.
All right, I've got Lee Kavanagh here giving me a note. What do we got? Presentation tonight. $40 a head. Absolutely worth it. What does that get? It's almost nearly booked out. So give Murray Ryan, of course, who's one of the absolute doyens of this club, give her a call, 0413 127 187. There's no walk-ins to presentation, PC, so make sure you book your tickets if you want to go to presentation. $40 a head, and I'm guessing that's a little bit of finger food and
yeah, mate, I presume so. I don't know.
I'm not sure. We haven't been given the word on that, but I'm sure you're getting some for your $40 here as well. And even if it's just a donation to the club, well, that's good too.
Nah, she's good. I'll have some food on. I noticed I went up at lunchtime there. I got hungry just the smell of how good it was up there. That's what the beauty of this club is. They do the function centre really, really well here at the Melbourne Runabout Speedboat Club. It is for hire at any time that you wish to. So, yeah.
Let's see what Troy Cameron can do from pole here, mate. This is his first weekend in this boat, and I think he's done a pretty good job. It definitely needs a little bit of R&D just to get it a little bit more settled, and we'll see whether, I'm sure they have been in the pits working on it just to try and get it a bit settled down. But McCarty gets a cracking start in the Hombre. On the outside in Jason Jones, Cut Cat Racing, and as they have it out into turn number 1 for the first time. Round we go, and McCarty, as we see so often in this category, gets a good break from Jason Jones. Cut Cat goes up into 3rd spot. And Frenzy, Rod Williamson shuffled out the back door, PC.
Yeah, the Hombre leads the way from...
Whoa! Jonesy's gone round.
I was just about to give him a rap, the bad temper. His temper will be right up now, mate. The way
mate, brand new boat for him, and he had to find the limit. Well, he just didn't. No one hit him, so good news.
Well, he's come down now. It's a bit of a change into second place for the Ranger, as we're talking about. Cut Racing. Out there, trying to make his way. But out in front, it is Hombre, driven by Mick McCarty. Up the back straight now, Rumbles is pouring on the power as he gets past the Ranger.
I tell you what, mate, once you get into that situation and you're out the back door and the adrenaline's pumping, things just don't seem to go right for you after that. On the exit of this bottom turn, Jason Jones had a huge fly, just had to gather it back together. But yellow flag comes out and the Hombre leads back to the Cut Cat, the Ranger, the Frenzy and the Temper.
Yeah, up the back dropping now for Mick McCarty. In the Cut Cat Racing. Like Rumbles has just got a 1 or 2 boat length lead now over the Ranger, so they head in there pretty much deck to deck, and it'll be a bit of a charge down the front. But out in front doing it absolutely. Cameron, good race here. Oh, Frenzy and off the fifth, but it was very close.
I tell you what, mate, that Runabout Troy Cameron looks a lot more settled. They're getting that boat a little bit dialed in here this weekend, so it's good news for that team as well. Yeah, he will, mate. Yep. No. Mate, I didn't get to speak to him after the cup final, but obviously a little bit of an issue there for him.
Morning working on a gearbox issue. They fixed that and it's running beautifully. Rastus will be Steve Rolty. He'll be coming out of lane number 5. And Cavs, Brendan Walsh, will be out of lane number 6. A 105 class, a 1.6 class, and then into the finals of the Melbourne Gold Cup.
Stick around, folks. Plenty more wonderful racing coming your way this afternoon here at the Melbourne Gold Cup and National Drivers' Championship. We'll be back real soon.
25 horsepower is going up for their last race of the weekend, and of course straight after this one will be the Clyde Lewis final. We will then have, oh no, the 25s might be going again. No, we'll have the 105s followed by the 1.6s, a non-qualifier for the Melton Gold Cup, and a final of the Gold Cup. So a couple more races to go, but 6 litre displacement is on now.
Okay, PC, this will be a good one, mate. Now, Paul Bluey Malasco, and I'm not sure if that's a correct pronunciation. Gee, it is getting late in the day, isn't it? I can't even speak anymore. Is the owner of the Ranger, mate. And big thank you to the 3 people that told me that. Greggy Godsell, Dids Edwards, and someone else told me as well. So thanks very much. Clayton Marks, because it used to be Clayton's old, the old Lunatic boat, which was an H and Orange boat. So there you go. There's all the guff on that boat, and Bluey owns the boat. Bluey does a lot of engines for a few hydros. I think he does Dewey Nichols. He also does all the work on the Moist ski race boat as well. So Bluey's been around a long time. I know him reasonably well, and does a great job. So it's good to see those boys teaming up, and Bluey actually putting a boat out on the water. And it's actually Troy's engine, which was in the crash at Yarrawonga, that they've got in that boat. So there you go. We didn't know the history on that particular boat. Now we do.
Well, I think, Bisho, you might have a little bit of gossip for us, something new.
I have, mate. So Melton Gold Cup, just while we're waiting for our 25s to come out of the milling area, little bit of action going on. So Impulse has decided to withdraw from the Gold Cup, which is a bit of a shame because he did very, very well in his heat. So that means that B&R Engines was the first reserve. So that shuffles Turn It Up into pole 5 and B&R Engines into pole number 6. So the final will look like Reckless out of 1, Chase and Cash out of 2, Have a Go out of 3, Destiny out of 4, Turn It Up out of 5, and B&R out 6. All forced induction boats, which is a little unusual, PC.
Well, mate, Impulse, hopefully Brendan Mason will make the final then of the Clyde Lewis. Maybe they just did too quick a turnaround. But, yeah, he came across the line in second position in his heat. But obviously, having a look at the field, he's decided to pull out. So it's gone for Brett Nidry. He'll be happy.
Yeah, Brett's in. And Brett, a local Melton boy and Melton member. So be great to see him in the Melton Gold Cup final. So little bit of good luck coming Brett's way, which is nice to see. Okay, here we go. 25s get going, and Tyler Scott in that Aquasonic machine on the inside. Darcy Phelp, Deegan Phelp, I should say, on the outside of him, and Josh Bird in the green machine, the Aquaholic, as they come down into turn number 1 for the first time.
Yeah, Tyler Scott in there nicely. These two have been swapping positions all weekend. Pole position is absolutely vital to each and every race they've been in. Joshua Bird, as we said, in the Aquaholic on the outside on provisional licence this weekend, stepping up, but up the back straight. It's a really good battle between Tyler Scott in the Aquasonic, the all-white boat, and Deegan Phillip on the outside of him in out of control.
Tyler Scott, every time he goes up and goes over that, I'm sure it looks worse from here than what it actually is, but it throws his nose right up in the air over the start boat wash. And, of course, because it's got so much, or, you know, it sits so high in the water anyway, it just really puts the nose right up in the air. It doesn't seem to bother him, though. He just keeps hard at it. Kid can steer a boat. Don't worry about that.
He's a man of few words, as we found out in his interview, but he's pedalling it like there's no tomorrow now. Had a bit of a spin in his last heat when he came from about pole 16, trying to take the pain off the boys. But good battle indeed. The boat's sitting up beautifully. They've Scott Design. They've designed the boat themselves from scratch. Been working on it for about 12 months to get it to where it is. Designed the plug, and then looking to put some more safety into the 25 horsepower class with half a cockpit within it. Yeah,
Deegan doing a really nice job. He's been very consistent all weekend, hasn't he? I mean, if he's been on pole, he's had a win, and if he's been pole too, he's just can't seem to quite get around Tyler there. But great racing from both these kids, and that out-of-control boat's anything but, to be honest.
Yellow flag, 1 lap to go in our 25 horsepower class. Of course, the boats are set up before they go out with trim. And Tyler getting a little bit of air underneath it as he heads into this nice little breeze. So quite a light boat, very breezy, and they've got it well set up at the moment. Out of control into second position with Deegan behind the wheel. And, of course, Joshua Bird, as we said, on a provisional licence this weekend, has done a fabulous job, and he would have had plenty of fun racing out there this weekend in the 25 horsepower class.
Yeah, Josh has done a brilliant job in that boat, and he'll just get quicker and quicker. That's a good boat, that boat. That's the boat that there's a famous video going around of your old mate Kiwi driving that boat here at Melton many years ago. That's the actual boat. So a lot of the people here and watching at home will know the video we're talking about. It was absolutely epic, mate. And it'll be around for a long time to come. Oh, it's Tyler stands that boat up. A little bit of a headwind too, mate, so it's a bit scary. But second flag, Tyler Scott will come through and take the win.
Beautiful wing. Well done to Tyler Scott, getting it nice and loose as he comes down the front straight away. Good job indeed. Deegan Phillip into second place and out of control. He's had a great weekend, and Joshua Bird improving on every outing this weekend. He'll be stoked with that in the Aquaholic.
Yeah, good clean weekend there for Joshy Bird. So that's, I think, the last time we'll see our 25s on the water PC.
It is,
the
mate.
weekend.
They've done a fantastic job, ladies and gentlemen. So put your hands together for our 25 competitors. I think they've done about 10 races for the weekend, so they've done a great job.
Yeah, burned about 12 litres of fuel too.
It's very cheap to get into.
Absolutely cheap.
And they're honestly not easy to drive either, I must admit. They're a ton of fun and are a bit of a handful, the old 25 horsepower. I had a cracking one at Yarrawonga, who's not the best place to probably have a cracking one, but...
Yeah, mate, I've had a drive and I've decided I'm too old for that stuff.
It's back-breaking.
Oh,
it's back-breaking, mate. It's,
absolutely.
They are top fun. They're light. They're actually pretty quick when you're actually on the water with one, I must admit, too. So, yeah, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the 25 horsepower class. They've done a good job all weekend long.
Okay, mate, well, we might take a little bit of a break. That's our 25 horsepowers and KLG Class Cup, brought to you by Victoria's. Next race on the card will be our 6-litre displacement Clyde Lewis final. So we'll try and get a list for the Clyde Lewis final, which we have. Okay, so 6-litre Clyde Lewis final is going to be Shenanigans, Tough Enough, Impulse, Image, Rastus and Cavs. That's going to be an absolutely cracking final. We're going to take a couple of short breaths. We will be back with more racing here at the 2024 Melton Gold Cup at the National Drivers Series as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, nearly ready for a start in the Clyde Lewis final, a 6 litre 2024. Image is just getting put into the water at the moment. We can see the Silver Bullet, Chris Pugsley, is ready and waiting in the water at the moment. Of course, James Clark from the Adelaide Speedboat Club in the Tough Enough 6 litre coming across. His dad didn't have much luck in the bad boat this weekend. Having some issues early on Friday. Impulse, Brenda Mason, has had a great weekend. Image, Craig Lewis. And Steve Rowley from Rastus. And Brenton Walsh will be out of lane number 6 as the white flag is flying, ladies and gentlemen. So we have a competitors under the white flag as they cruise down to the milling area. So while we wait for our competitors to go down there, I've got David Clark next to me. David, not the best weekend with the bad boat. What happened to you, mate?
We changed a few things in the bottom and we went the wrong way and made a mistake, and instead of rolling in and started rolling out in the corners, it was really too dangerous. I couldn't fix it here, so we'll take it home and fix it and get ready to go to Tassie.
Over to
Devonport on the first weekend and then down to Granton. That's our 100th year. It's going to be pretty big, so I'm taking James with me in his boat. So we're both boats down there, so it'll be good fun, I reckon. Be good.
And of course the Australian Drivers' Championship. Adelaide's hosting one of the events, well, how many are you expecting there to be? 21 still turning up for the Adelaide Speedboat Club?
Well, I hope so. I think it's the concept that we've worked out, and having the TV, I think, is hopefully going to bring the sport up, to higher standards. I think the standard's there, but for the viewers and get people to come and watch. So I think between Rob, myself, and Craig and Sean, I think we're very happy the way it's gone this weekend. Melton have done a fantastic job. Rob's done a killer job. All the girls on the tower, and people don't realise how hard and how hard and a lot of work is to put a big meet on like this. So it's a credit to them. They should be congratulated.
Well, mate, James is pedalling absolutely beautifully. He's just won the last series between the Windsor and Berry races. You must have been very proud, Dad. I saw you giving me a cuddle. But proud moment indeed.
Very much so. I mean, we're all proud of our kids, and he keeps his head on his shoulder, and he drives well. So he's got Chris in it, and Chris is the hardest man to beat. So he's just got to keep his cool and be smooth and just keep going. So he's doing well.
Mate, well, bad luck with the big boat, but good luck here with James in the Tough Enough, and all your help and sponsorship into Powerboat Racing is very much appreciated, mate. So hopefully he has a great race here.
Davey Clark, PC, one of the main men of the Adelaide Speedboat Club. He took over basically from Frank Lindsay. Frank ran that club for many years, ruled with an iron fist and got a great club up and going, and now Dave's just following in his footsteps and does a ripper job. So they're very lucky to have the Clark boys, the Adelaide lads.
It's similar to here with Robert Pasala puts in so much effort, and Murray Ryan, for example, just calling out two names, mate. There's so many people behind this particular event, but David's the same. And I know last time we were up in Adelaide with the little boat, we actually went up and had a look at his factory, which is about 5 kilometres from the circuit, and it's a magnificent boat shed indeed, mate. There's some good gear in there. It's nice to have a wander through. But here we go, mate. We'll turn our attention to the final now of the Clyde Lewis. As we said, we've got Shenanigans out of 1, James Clark out of 2, Impulse 3, Image 4, Rastus 5, Cabs 6. Looks a very, very good lineup here. There's not much shoving going on, so that's a good start. And the flag is down well and truly early. They get the power on. James Clark gets a little bit sideways there. Shenanigans leads them well. Rastus on the outside. Image down his off. They head all down into the first turn, nice and clean. Oh, Clarkie's just got a hose down. That doesn't help him at all. As they head up the back straight now, Shenanigans is leading the way from Impulse on the outside. Image Tupper's trying to make up some ground now on Rastus, but up the top corner it is Shenanigans with Chris Pugsley.
Impulse on the outside, mate. Pugsley, as we expected, showing some authority early in this one. Poor old James Clark got a little bit shuffled out the back door in turn number one. So it's Impulse into second, into third. Tupper, North, Cab, and Rastus rounding out the field now as they go down through turn number one for the second time. But Chris Pugsley's going to be hard to beat from here as he fires the silver bullet up into turn number two for the second time. Yellow flag comes out. He's going to be tough to beat from here. The Impulse machine, probably the only guy that can have a go at him from here, PC.
He's having a red hot crack as Pugsley floats it all very high. Pugsley, and again very high. Can still see he's trying and trying hard. He knows the pressure's coming from Impulse behind. Image follows in third position. Clarkie is fourth. Rastus and Cavs follows out the crowd. Chris Pugsley leads it in by about 2.5 boat lengths, but Impulse is having a red hot go as they come down the front straight away now. Bishop for the final time. Oh, water there from Chris Pugsley takes out the win. Impulse into second, into third place. Craig Lewis and Image crossing the line. James Clark, Rastus, and rounding out the field in a very close run. Cabs indeed. What a race, Bishop. Was good.
Fantastic. Chris Pugsley gets the job done. He does the double. The Kavanagh and the Lewis, both trophies, the ones that he came down, the ones he wanted in the trophy cabinet to take back home to Sydney for Chris Pugsley there. Fantastic stuff. Clarkie just wondering, what did he say? I missed him.
He said, I think I'll put the balls on my son.
Yeah, look, it got pretty hectic in turn number one, and poor old James, I'm not really sure what happened, but he got shuffled out the back door fairly convincingly, but gee, good race. I tell you what, Impulse, that's a fast boat, isn't it? Brendan Mason. Haven't seen a lot of Brendan in my career, but I tell you what, I'll be keeping an eye out for him. What about the jump down the last straight? The thing went fully sideways. He was lucky to gather that back together.
There was no, he wasn't coming second for any particular reason there, mate. There because Pugsley flew the boat down in the final straightaway, just pushing him hard. So well done, Mr. Pugsley. Another win for the Shenanigans. He is a legend in the sport, a legend of the 6 litre class. That's for certain. And Silver Bullet does it again.
Absolutely, the Shenanigans. We love watching race, but I tell you what a quality 6 litre field. Craig Lewis probably not up to pointing in where he wanted to be. I think third in the end, but a good effort from him. But he wouldn't like to get Pugsley knocked off. I tell you what, absolute revelation. Brendan Mason in that Impulse boat, super quick and great racing there. And another Clyde Lewis in the trophy cabinet for Chris Pugsley. PC, more racing coming our way. Harrow signing pictures up here. Why don't the kids ask me for my autograph? Ella's like, get out of the way, bitch. What do we got coming up? We got 105s now. Thank you, Ella Kidry. You've been having fun today? Yeah, she says yes. All right. You're all in B&R shirts. Look at you. Ramsey Racing. All right. Wow, it's all black though. Great colour for a summer sport, isn't it? Black. Not. All right, folks, we're going to take a short break now whilst we wait for our 105 boats to come out. This is the 2024 Melton Gold Cup and National Drivers' Championship. We will see you soon. Thank you, Pete. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2020 Melton Gold Cup and National Drivers' Championship. We are winding up to the big one, the Melton Gold Cup final, in just a few races' time. But in the meantime, we have got our 105 mile an hour category heading out onto the water. We've got Cut Cat Racing with Stevie Rumble, Breakout with Jimmy Mullins, Middy's Electrical with Andrew Chili Chilvers, and Daryl Woods in the end game. And Daryl, I insulted him. I said he was from South Australia. He's not. He's from Wagga. Beautiful Wagga Wagga up in New South Wales. Lake Albert. I've spent a lot of time in the Wagga Boat Club. So I've teed up to have a beer with Daryl at the Wagga Boat Club at the Chinese there, because some of the best Chinese in Australia, that joint. So a big shout out to everybody that's watching up the Wagga way. Hopefully the Evanses are watching, my good ski racing buddies. Big ski racing family. And great boat club there up at Wagga. So Daryl Woods out of New South Wales, Wagga entry in the end game machine. He had the boat stop on him in the previous race, and he did tell me what went wrong with it, and it's just escaped me. So I'll come back to you on that one. So start boat has now turned the crew around, boats around, and they are on their way back. Hope everybody's enjoying the racing, both here on site and around the world on GP Hydro live streaming and Bisho Media, on YouTube as well. Probably the best place to get it's on the YouTube, I reckon, if you're watching. A little bit smoother than watching it on the Facebook. You can do either though. This particular race brought to you by Derham. A massive shout out to the team at Derham Transport. Of course, that is our friends at Ramsey Racing. Derham Transport is one of the businesses that the Ramsey Racing team operates. And of course, both those boats, the Reckless and the Destiny, Tate and Blake Ramsey. Derham Transport, their major sponsor as well. Here we go, flag drops, racing's on. We've got the airport down the outside in this one, so can Chilvers get the job done? We're actually missing a boat in this one as well. No Jimmy Mullins in breakout. And that is him up the top end of the course, so problems there. So out in front, it is the end game. Daryl Woods out of Wagga, just holding out Stevie Rumble in the Cut Cat. Have a look at the ground that the Middy's boat makes on these boats on the entry to the corners, as Andrew Chili Chilvers made up about 4 or 5 boat links. He now pulls up alongside Cut Cat, and he has a little bit of a hook as he trims the boat back down. Got a little bit high there, so Chilvers having a little bit of a loose moment, but now he's got end game in his sights. So Daryl Woods leading. Steve Rumble still gets back up the inside there of Chilvers at the moment. It's going to be yellow flag lap now. Chilvers makes up some more ground as we expect in the corner, but I tell you what, Steve Rumble's doing a good job to hold him off. Now Chilvers has another go. Now he had to back out of it down on the last lap. He might make some ground here. So Woods in the end game. Now we'll look across to his starboard side and potentially see Chilvers in the middies. He's got a half a lap to get it done. Can Chilvers make this ground up? It's going to be very tight. He needs to make up some ground and get in front, because I don't think he's going to have the acceleration to get it done or the top end. And it's going to be Endgame coming through to take the win. Darryl Woods. Back to Andrew Chilvers. And Cut Racing. So Chilvers in the middies electricals, the first one he hasn't won. So a great effort there from Darryl Woods. A little bit of vapour or something coming out of the engine bay in that boat. So it looked like it might have had maybe even a little water leak or something like that, but it didn't seem to bother the performance of the boat at all. And that has got the job done there for the boat, the man that we were speaking about prior to the race. Darryl Woods out of Wagga Wagga in New South Wales. He'll be going home a happy man with a trophy in the back seat of the car. Chili Chilvers, Andrew, in the middies racing entry. Bit of a ugly moment down the front straightaway. The boat sort of sucked. He trimmed it down really hard, probably more than perhaps he would like to have, and definitely slowed him up. Had he not done that, he might have just got in over the top in that one, but you've got to be there at the end. And Chili in the middies boat, which looks absolutely spectacular in its chrome, white and pink livery. So next race on the card will be our Oz Light Hydroplanes. The Rob Wyatt Perpetual Trophy, sponsored by Brown's Plumbing. Our man PC will be in that one in the Melton Toyota 86. Been struggling with that boat all weekend. They just haven't had the RPM that they've wanted. Been working really hard on the boat down in the pits, but they just haven't really been able to actually even come up with a reason why it was not revving. It's only a couple of hundred revs that it's missing, but you can see by his results over the weekend he's been running thirds and fourths. Normally he's challenging for the lead. So Cunningham a little bit frustrated by that. But let's see what he can do in this one. So next race on the card, folks, our Oz Light Hydroplanes by Brown's Plumbing, the Rob White Perpetual Trophy. We'll be back with more racing in just a moment. And welcome back to the live stream as well to everybody that's watching at home around the world and here in Australia. White flags up, and we got our 1.6 litre Ozlite hydroplanes. We just had a giveaway from Motec. All the kids have had a ripper day up here. Got some free stuff from Motec. How good's free stuff? Everybody loves that. White flag is up. So the two yellow boats this time out of pole 1 and 2. Oscar Stevenson, then Brad Hollands. Then we've got Paul Cunningham and Harrow. So, or the other way around, actually, Harrow and Cunningham as we fire down into turn number 1. Let's see what these boys can do here. Dewey Nichols, unfortunately, out of this one, a flat battery for that team. Disappointingly, Oscar hasn't quite got the acceleration out of the corner there. Cunningham's having a pretty serious look up the inside of him. But the head of the pack is as it has been all weekend. So we've got two races going on here, first and second and third and fourth. White boat, yellow boat, white boat, yellow boat. No, you're not seeing double, folks. Bradley Hollands in the Twister, the S93, running that wide line and trying to hold Harrow out. Cunningham now gets up the inside Stevenson. Cunningham runs on the pin. Stevenson needs to try and maintain a bit of momentum because he doesn't have the acceleration that he lost out of that boat out of the corners. He needs to run a wider line and try and keep the momentum up. Up to the top turn now, and it's Brad Hollands who will accept the yellow flag. He'll set off on his last lap. Into a nice headwind. That's boat sitting absolutely perfectly. Oh, he thinks about blowing it over there. It was hovering above the water. Fantastic stuff. Great driving there. Up the back, shooting Harrow. From my perspective, hasn't got a hope here. He needs to get something done. He has had a look up the inside, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough. He's making a lot of ground on him. It's going to be a drag race to the line. But Brad Hollands is going to stamp his name on another win here at Melton. And he gives a big wave. Harrow won't be happy. But Bradley will be. Paul Cunningham into third place. And Oscar Stevenson rounds out the field in the HPR2 Holly Boys Racing. I'll tell you what, Brad Hollands on lap number 2 was hovering that far above the water. No sponsons in the water at all for what seemed like an eternity. And then he just dropped on that canard wing on the front of the boat, brought it back down. But that's the last time we'll see the 1.6s, ladies and gentlemen. And I think they have put on a stunning display of Ozlite hydroplane racing here this weekend. They should all get a big round of applause. I think it's 2 for 2 today, Harrow and Brad Hollands. So great work there. And really looking forward to the rest of the series. Give them a big round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Harrow, Bradley Hollands, our 1.6 litre hydros. Great racing. Brad's ecstatic. My co-commentator, of course, Paul Cunningham. Didn't have the pace that he wanted today, and Oscar Stevenson in the HBR2. Great racing from those boys. Well, I've got a big gold cup on my desk here, ladies and gentlemen, and inscribed on it, it says the Melton Gold Cup. Donated by the Melton Shire Council and hosted by the Melbourne Runabout and Speedboat Club. There are some absolutely epic names on this particular trophy. You know, if I just have a quick look just at the bit I'm looking at, Darryl Quinn. Couple of Darryl Quinns there, actually. We've got Brett Shepherd. We've got Chris Palmer. As I go around, I'm sure Brian McCosker, 2006 there. Chris Palmer again. Lots of wonderful names on this spectacular Gold Cup. It's a nice bit of gear. We might sneak this into the boot, Bob. Just take it home. But that's what these boys are going to be racing for this afternoon. First race that we have, though, is our non-qualifiers for the Melbourne Gold Cup. So it should be a cracking race as well. I don't have my list for that yet. So we'll get a list for that in a moment. All the councillors are here this afternoon, well, not all of them, but some of them. So thank you and welcome. Hope you enjoy the racing. And then following that immediately will be the Melbourne Gold Cup. So we'll take a short break. I'll get some paperwork in order here. I'll let you know the exact competitors in this race, and we will be back real soon. Okay, I've just been informed, ladies and gentlemen, non-qualifiers not running. So we are going straight into the 2024 Melbourne Gold Cup. So the competitors that we will be looking for: Reckless with Tate Ramsey, Chase and Cash, Heath Hamilton, Have a Go, Craig Storner, Destiny is Blake Ramsey, Turn It Up, Connor Patterson, and B&R Engines, Brett Nidri. They are the boats. That is the lineup. 2020 Gold. Get down because all hell about to break loose on Exford for the final time in 2024 here for the Melbourne Gold Cup meeting. The final race of the day and the big one, the Gold Cup. Stick around, folks. We'll be back with racing in just a moment. All right, ladies and gentlemen, get your backsides trackside because this is the final race of the day and it's the big one. The Melton Gold Cup. Only the fittest have been able to survive to this point over 3 hard days of racing. It comes down to this. It's one thing to be the fastest, but it's a whole nother thing to make it through 3 days of hardcore racing. We've got broken boats left, right and centre up in the pits, and the guys that you see on the water now are the guys that have held together and overcome and been fast. So effectively, you've got the best out there. Reckless, Chasing Cash, Have a Go, Destiny, Turn It Up, and BNR. Few surprises in there for a lot of people. Some of the big names have had dramas. Brett Shepherd, of course, one of the hot favourites, damaged his boat yesterday in a big incident. The rival machine of Johnny Backer, of course, had some issues and just couldn't get the job done. Explicit with a fire. Absolutely devastating for that crew. We hope to see them back on the water really soon. And a big shout out to the fire crew as well. I think they did a sterling job getting there quickly and getting that fire put out, which is fantastic. And joining me in commentary for the final race of the day, one of your absolute favourites and still in his cell suit as well, Mr. Paul Cunningham. PC, welcome into the commentary box for the big one, mate.
Thanks, mate. Looking forward to it. Look at the legends on that trophy, mate. And we're going to add another one to it.
Look at that one there, mate. Just notice that 1998 owner Alan Beale, driver Bob Thurger, Psycho.
Yeah, mate. As I said, there's some absolutely legendary names on it. Of course, the officer of the day's on there many times. Robert Pasala from the MSRBC.
Yeah, Robbie's on there. Also, Johnny Cross, of course, in the Barry Morris-owned Maniac the Ride, which is now Troy Marlin's boat, Madness.
Correct, I believe.
Yes.
So, long time. A few upgrades since then, a few more horsepower too, I imagine.
A bit more horsepower and a cockpit as well.
Yes, indeed.
And a wild man in the driver's seat. Shame you didn't have him here. I believe Troy, unfortunately, injured his foot or his ankle, and it's one of the reasons he couldn't be here this weekend. So hopefully Troy's at home watching. Big shout out to him, mate. Hope the foot or the leg gets better, mate.
The big right foot, mate, because pushes straight through the floorboards every time he races.
I can't imagine Troy Marlin getting hurt. He's a monster. Like, how could you hurt him? I thought he was bulletproof.
We love what he does on the water too, mate, don't we? The current EC Group Cup holder in Warlord and UIM World Speed Record holder in Madness. And hopefully he'll come here next year. But what we got on offer today is...
delicious. Bruce. We'll call you Bruce McAvaney. Reckless, Chasing Cash, Have a Go. Destiny, Turn It Up, and BNR. Who wins, please, PC?
Oh, tough call, mate. Reckless has looked good, I think, with inside running for Tate. But realistically, your man Chasing Cash is going very well. They're all going well, so it's hard to pick it. But
just said to the boys in here, mate, it's really hard to ride off Heath, isn't it? You know,
and we'd be talking differently if Turn Up was in pole 1 too. So, you know, it's he's been put into number 5. That maybe shouldn't worry him too much because there's going to be plenty going on through the first turn on the inside. So, lap times aren't too dissimilar to each other. They're all pretty between, 127 right through with some penalties in there as well. So they're actually not far off on lap times. So
I think, mate, if Tate can keep a level head and get it through the first turn on the pins, he's going to be pretty hard to beat, isn't he? But he needs to get the power down out of the corners. We see them either win or lose the race on the exit is turn 1 so often, don't we?
It has been today and it has been in the past. It's tradition, mate. It hasn't changed. It's especially with the officiating being, spot on all weekend long with making sure that they're turning inside. And here they come, ladies and gentlemen. Now the Roar is just about to hit us for the last time this weekend. 2024 Melton Gold Cup, proudly sponsored by the Melton City Council. We thank them very much for all their years of sponsoring this massive event. And thank you to the crowd that have come out. You are just wonderful on the banks today. Epic. It's been a great day. Epic, mate.
Epic
absolutely.
Crowd. Yep, fantastic. Thank you so much for being here, the crowd. and we hope everybody at home is enjoying the racing as well. PC, let's go with the 2024 Melton Gold Cup.
Flag is up, mate. It looks like a really good start line indeed. We've got to have a go going. The flag is down, ladies and gentlemen. Tate stands it up a little bit too much. Chaser Cash gets the power down. Destiny on the outside is great. Tate Hamilton on the outside. Reckless on the inside. Abago and Destiny and Turn It Up is on the outside. Brett Nidry's been left behind. Let's focus on out the front now as Reckless comes into the front straight for the first time. Just on his hard his heels is Heath Hamilton in the Chasing Cash as he's chasing the cup today.
I tell you what, we said that it was going to be all about getting the power out and down out of turn number one, and the two boats that did that the best were Tate Ramsey and Heath Hamilton. Tate gets the power down to get a beautiful. A little bit of a moment down out of turn two, but up the back turn, Heath Hamilton is all over Tate Ramsey like a rat.
Mate, he's all over it. Abago's falling back. He had a bad corner coming out of the front straight now. Into it now. They've got Chaser Cash on the outside. Plating hard. Reckless is on the inside. Tate Ramsey just opened up a small lead. Abago into third. Destiny four. Turn It Up fifth. Bernard sixth. But he's still a racing two out the front. It's rough through that corner there, Bishop. They head down the back straight for the last time this weekend. Reckless with Tate Ramsey behind the wheel. Chaser Cash is looking up the inside, Bishop. Looking up the inside. Oh, it's close. He gets off the turn. Oh, Reckless is loose. Chaser Cash is loose. Reckless is loose. Chaser Cash loose. Go. They're in it. Oh, he's got him.
Oh, Heath Hamilton. Heath Hamilton wins the 2024 Gold Cup.
He's on it.
Oh, my God. Oh, my goodness. Heath Hamilton wins the Gold Cup for 2024. Oh, I said I wasn't going to yell.
What a race, Bijo. It was, none of them could get on the power. One had the power down, one lost it. One got on the power, one lost it. Oh,
I can't speak.
I think that's the closest finish in history, really.
Oh, goodness. Oh, Heath Hamilton.
I couldn't even tell you who came third, mate.
I don't know. Mate, honestly, I don't know. We were watching them across the line, and neither of them could get the power down, and Heath just got the power down a little bit more than Tate did. They were both terrible down the last straight.
It would have been their worst drives of the whole weekend. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I think
Heath Hamilton by, we're looking at a photo here, half a deck.
Not
half
even
a
that.
deck. Well done, Owen, for getting that photo right on the line there.
Oh, unbelievable.
Oh,
it is going to be
goodness.
going off in Glen Maggie tonight, mate.
Unbelievable.
There he is, lady. He knows he's got it, ladies and gentlemen. Give him Heath Hamilton.
You are good, Heath Hamilton.
Powerboat Club in the Chasing Cash, chasing the Melton Gold Cup victory this year. He will be ecstatic with it. He'll give us a big wave in a minute. Oh, put your hands together for Abago. Destiny, ladies and gentlemen. There he comes.
You're beauty. Oh, mate, that's epic. That is awesome. That is
put your hands together,
absolutely
ladies.
awesome, PC.
He gives a thumbs up. The two of them just giving each other a thumbs up for great driving.
Mate, so happy for a guy that's worked so hard on this boat and put in so much effort. And it's all he built his own engines, and he's a great guy. He's the Commodore of the Glen Maggie District Boat Club. Hard working for the sport and a ripper bloke. Couldn't go to a better bloke.
Oh, mate, that's unbelievable. He actually was, I would say, 3 to boat, 4 boat lengths behind in that last turn and had the guts to stick it up the inside.
Oh, wow. Oh, mate, I need to lie down.
Fantastic. Yeah, he's going to get the checkered flag now. It's one of the most well-deserved ones ever, I think, Bisho, definitely.
It's yours, Heath. You take that, mate. Best Gold Cup ever. That's what Rob Basala says. That was epic. Absolutely epic. 300 mil. Half a deck, almost. Not even. Oh, mate, I can't even speak. That was epic. Absolutely epic.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was one of the best, if not the best, as the Pasala. He's a multiple winner, put his head together. But look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up. The flag is up. It's his biggest win of his career.
Oh, by
that's
a mile.
absolutely why the biggest win of his career. Heath Hamilton in the chasing crash, mate. He's done a magnificent job all weekend. This boat has performed to the absolute maximums. He's done so well. So well done, Heath Hamilton. As we said, the president of the Glen Maggie District Boat Club, does so much work in powerboat racing and did it all behind the wheel this weekend. So congratulations, team.
Oh, so good, mate, so good. So good. We hope you enjoyed the racing today, ladies and gentlemen. We've really enjoyed putting it on. We've had a big 3 days, PC.
It's been epic and it's been fantastic. And we wish we could do it all again next weekend.
I don't know, my boys could do it. Next weekend, don't forget offshore boats down at Wyndham Harbour at Werribee. The weekend after, Lake Charm. And 26th to the 28th, we've got the EC Griffith Cup PC. But, mate, we'll wrap up just for the moment from the commentary box, but we will be presenting the Gold Cup up in front of the crowd. Please stick around, folks. And we want to see everybody around Heath Hamilton to cheer him on when we present him with the Gold Cup.
Yeah, it won't be long, ladies and gentlemen. Give him a big round of applause when he comes up. We will do the interview right here in front of the tower. So, hang around for the next 10 minutes just while they pull him out off the track and express your applause for him, appreciation for a great job. Out to this magnificent venue. All of us competitors absolutely adore the fact that you're coming out and cheering us on, so thank you very much.
Mate, you're on a roll in that cup. You called pretty much all things. Well done, mate. That was awesome. Great job, PC. Thanks for joining me in commentary again, mate.
Always a pleasure, Bisho, and I'll see you next year if I retain my job.
I think you might. Thanks, mate. Stick around, folks. We will do a presentation in just a couple of moments once we get Heath up onto the podium, and we'll be signing off from commentary here, but we'll be back in just a moment. Oh, my God.